Summary.
Scout Lewis from New York was getting ready for her Christmas vacation with the man she was engaged to when she found out he was marrying someone else whom he had been cheating with. So she, being heartbroken, decided to go alone, not wanting to be around anyone or celebrate Christmas. But things were not going to go as planned when she meets Dylan Sharp. As much as she tried to avoid him, he wouldn't give up and did his best to cheer her up and enjoy Christmas. But he had a secret he was keeping from Scout, one that would break her heart all over again. After falling for her, will he come clean, or will someone beat him to it? What will happen when secrets get revealed?
Chapter 1. Scout was getting ready for work. She was one of the secretaries for Carson's firm, which happened to be where Andrew was one of the lawyers. She met him there 2 years ago when she was hired. They started dating, and a year later he proposed to her, but to this day they still hadn't set a date. While she was waiting for her roommate to come out of the bathroom, she looked at the diamond on her ring finger. It was a princess cut, and she loved how it sparkled. "Oh man, are you staring at that damn ring again?" Vicky asked when she came from the bathroom. "I can't help it. It's so beautiful." "So have you two set a date yet?" "Not yet, but I'm sure we will when we go away for Christmas. He booked this cozy little cabin, and I can't wait to get there. It's going to be so romantic. We're going to put up a tree and go skiing." "I don't know why you want to go so far away from your family and friends with that man," she said bitterly.
"Vicky, you're my best friend, and he's the man I love. I just wish you would try and get along with him. I still don't understand what you have against him. What has he ever done to you that makes you dislike him so much?"
"I hate the way he treats you.
What do you mean?"
He talks down to you in front of other people, and when you go somewhere, he never pays you any attention. He's always off talking to everyone else and leaves you alone. For a man who is supposed to love you, he sure doesn't show it. I hate the way he treats all women as if they are second-class citizens. He's rude and arrogant, and lately, he's been breaking dates with you at the last minute. I'm sorry, Scout, but you deserve better. Someone who will treat you with love and respect. I don't want to argue with you, and I have to get ready for work." She went into the bathroom to finish getting ready. It bothered her a lot that her best friend hated Andrew. She was right in some ways. He did have a habit of forgetting about her when they went to parties, and lately, he would call at the last minute to break their date, saying he had an important client to see. But there were times when he was so sweet, sending her flowers and little gifts, and when they were alone, he was very attentive. When she arrived at work, Andrew was nowhere to be found. She was told he stepped out and wouldn't be back until the afternoon. All morning she kept humming along to the Christmas music. She loved this time of the year. The decorated trees, the bright twinkling lights, and the homemade Christmas cookies. This year was going to be even more special. He was taking her away. It would only be the two of them, and they would finally set a date for the wedding.
It was quitting time, so she went to Andrew's office to see if he wanted to go out for dinner. She knocked once and entered. "I see you finally made it to work," she said, closing the door behind her.
He looked up at her and straightened his hair. "Yeah, been busy with a client." She walked over to him, putting her arms around his neck, and was a little hurt when he removed them and walked away from her. She decided to let it go, not wanting to fight before their trip. "I thought we could go out to dinner to celebrate going away." "Not tonight, I'm too tired," he said, not looking at her. "Oh, okay. Well, I guess I should start packing for our trip. I'm really looking forward to it. It's going to be so romantic." She noticed how nervous he was and thought there was a problem with his client. "Did it not go well with your client?" He finally looked at her. "Scout, sit down. We need to talk." "Andrew, you're scaring me. What's wrong?" "I won't be going away with you."
"Why not?"
Now she was really worried. "Janet's pregnant." She scrunched up her eyebrows, wondering what the office skank had to do with their trip. "I'm not surprised she got pregnant. She sleeps with every man she meets. But what has that got to do with us? The baby is mine." She felt the room spinning and had to sit down. She knew she wasn't hearing right. I'm sorry, I don't think I heard you correctly. He went and sat on the edge of his desk, facing her. I'm so sorry, but you heard me right. Janet and I have been sleeping together. I didn't mean for her to get pregnant. It just happened, so I will be spending the holidays with her in Florida. I also said I would marry her since she has refused to get rid of it. Scout felt the sweat forming on her forehead. A sharp pain cut through her heart. How long has it been going on? He got up and walked over to the window and looked out. I'm not sure, maybe 6 months. So she was the reason for all those canceled dates. How could you do this to me? I thought you loved me and wanted a life together. She couldn't stop the tears that filled her eyes, but she refused to let them fall. He turned back to look at her. I do love you. It was only supposed to be a one-night fling, only I couldn't resist her when she kept coming to my office wearing nothing but an overcoat. The sex was so amazing, and I was weak. So you're saying sex with me was boring? No, not boring, but with her, it was different, more erotic. He walked over to her and got on his knees in front of her. Just because I'm marrying her doesn't mean we have to stop seeing each other. She could feel her cheeks getting hot as she stared back at him. So now you want me to be the mistress? Sure, he replied, smiling back at her. She slapped him so hard it knocked him over. You fucking pig. She took off the ring and threw it at him, hitting him in the face. I hope you will be happy with your little slut, but I never want to see or talk to you ever again. She stormed out of the office, fighting to hold back the tears. Grabbing a taxi, she went straight home. Her heart was broken, and her whole life was torn apart. Vicky was sitting at the kitchen table and looked up when Scout walked in. She could see that her friend had been crying. Scout, what's wrong? She didn't answer, just ran to her bedroom and fell onto the bed and started bawling her eyes out. When she felt a hand gently rubbing her back, she looked up. Andrew and I are over. He is such a rotten, no-good-for-nothing bastard. I hate him so much. Oh, sweetheart, I'm so sorry. Do you want to talk about it? It broke her heart to see her friend in so much pain. She sat up, wiping her tears away. He got Janet pregnant and is going to marry her. I just found out it has been going on for months. He had the nerve to suggest that we keep seeing each other. Vicky hugged her, letting her cry some more. Hey, let's go open up a bottle of wine and think of ways to kill the prick. Of course, she didn't mean it about killing him, though he would have deserved it. They sat down with the wine and talked. Go ahead and say it, she said to Vicky. Say what? That you were right about him, that he was only going to end up hurting me. I feel like such a fool. Why didn't I see what was going on right under my nose? I would never say that to you, and sometimes when you love someone you are blind to what they are doing. Of all people to sleep with and get pregnant, why that tramp? Is he even sure the baby is his? Does it matter? He admitted to cheating on me. He didn't even look like he was sorry. Finishing the one bottle, Vicky opened the other one. Is he taking her to the Swiss Alps? No, they're going to Florida to visit her parents. Her eyes lit up when a thought hit her. You know what? What? I have the plane tickets. The cabin has been booked and paid for, so why shouldn't I go myself? But you'll be all alone at Christmas. You could come with me. I do have his ticket on me. Oh, honey, I'd love to, but my parents are expecting me. You should come with me. My folks would love to have you. Thanks, but no, I really don't feel like being around so many people right now. I shouldn't have asked you to go with me. I know how your family always gets together. I'm glad my parents have gone to Paris for Christmas. I hate the thought of telling them Andrew and I broke up. But they will want to know. I will tell them when they come back. I just don't want to spoil their holiday. But you'll be all alone. That's what I need right now, away from everyone and Christmas. Yes, to hell with Andrew. I'm going and forget about him and his slut. I need to think about what I'm going to do after the holidays.
What do you mean by that?
Whether or not I'm going to stay working at the same place where Andrew does or look for another job. I'm not sure I can face him every day or her. They spent the rest of the night getting drunk on wine and taking all pictures with Andrew in them and burning them. It made her feel good seeing his face disappear under the flames. Now all she had to do was get over him and mend her broken heart.
Chapter 2.
2 days later, Scout was on the plane for the 8-hour flight to the Swiss Alps. It took a lot of convincing Vicky that this was what she wanted, to be alone. Hidden away in a cabin, she wouldn't have to be around people enjoying Christmas. She packed several books to read and planned on only going out to buy food. She had to grit her teeth whenever someone wished her a Merry Christmas, so, putting a fake smile on her face, she said it back. When she landed, she was surprised to find that there was a taxi waiting for her. "You must be Miss Lewis. I'm Dawn, and I'm here to take you to your cabin." She looked at the man. He was in his 40s with rosy cheeks and a white beard. "I just got here and hadn't ordered a taxi yet."
No, but Mr.
"King asked me to pick you and Mr. Harris up." When he saw the confused look on her face, he explained further. "He's the one you rented the cabin from? So where is Mr. Harris?" he asked, looking around to see where he was. She cleared her throat, not really wanting to go into detail. "It's just going to be me."
Oh, okay, well, shall we go?
He picked up her cases and walked towards an old, beat-up car, putting her things in the trunk. As they drove through town, he pointed out the places he thought she would be interested in, such as the grocery store, restaurants, and other shops. A mile out of town, he stopped at a small cabin, and she stepped out of the vehicle. "This is really nice, looks cozy." He stood next to her. "It's one of the best cabins here. I know you will like it. It has a fireplace, a full bathroom, and 2 bedrooms, lots of cupboard space, and it's just a 10 to 15-minute walk into town." He grabbed her bags and carried them inside, explaining where everything was. When Dawn left, she checked out the bedrooms and picked the largest one to sleep in. She then took her clothes out of the cases and put them away. She was tired, but since there was no food or anything to drink in the cabin, she decided to walk into town and grab a few things. It was still daylight, and she was grateful that it wasn't cold and snowing. She walked into the store, trying to ignore all of the Christmas decorations and music that was playing. She grabbed a cart and filled it with the things she needed. After seeing what all she had bought, she wondered how she was going to carry it all. The older woman behind the counter started ringing up the items. "Are you new around here, sweetheart?" "Yes, I've rented the cabin outside of town for a couple of weeks. I don't think I'm going to be able to carry all this. Is there a number I can call for a taxi?" "We only have a couple in town, but they're busy right now, but I can get my grandson to carry them." Scout shook her head. "No, I can't ask that of him." "Don't be silly. He does it all the time." She picked up her phone and talked to someone before hanging up. "He'll be here in a few minutes. So what's your name, sweetie?" "Scout Lewis." "You'll love it here. Christmas is a big thing here in this town. There's so much to do besides skiing. I'm Katie, by the way, and here come my grandson now." She waved him over and introduced them. Scout gave the teenager a friendly smile, thanking him in advance for helping her. When they got back to her place, she went to hand him $20 for helping her, but he refused it. "No thanks, it's Christmas, time to spread the cheer and to help others." Wishing her a Merry Christmas, he left her to put away her groceries. After putting everything away, she made a cup of tea and sat down in the overstuffed chair by the window and looked out. She was too tired to eat. She just sat there and watched as the snow fell to the ground. She tried not to think about Andrew, but she couldn't help it. Sitting here, she thought about all the signs that were there, the ones she ignored. The missed dates, not answering her calls, and the way Janet was always in the office with him. Even their SX life dwindled down next to nothing. She went to bed that night, her eyes red and swollen from crying. For 2 days, she stayed inside sleeping and reading. The second night there, she heard a commotion coming from outside. Going over to the window, she pulled back the curtain just enough to see out. The cabin across from her was empty, and she had hoped it would stay that way, but no such luck. She saw Don helping a young man carry his bags inside, and then leaving. The man walked out onto his porch. She couldn't make out what he looked like, and when she noticed that he was looking her way, she quickly closed the curtain. She hoped he hadn't seen her watching him. That would be so embarrassing. When she heard someone knocking on the door, she jumped. Moving slowly, she went and opened the door, only to see the stranger standing on her doorstep. He was floored when he saw the beauty standing before him. She had long brown hair and the most beautiful hazel eyes he had ever seen on a woman. "Hi, I'm Dylan Sharp. I rented the cabin across from you, and I really need a coffee. I was wondering if you had any to spare. I will pay you back." She couldn't help staring at him. He had the most amazing blue eyes. He was drop-dead gorgeous, and even under his winter jacket, she just knew he had an amazing, muscular body. I do. Just give me a minute and I'll get you some." She stepped aside to let him in. "Wait here, I'll be right back." He watched as she walked away. Even in loose jogging pants and a sweatshirt, he could tell she had a great body. But there was so much sadness in her eyes, and it looked like she had been crying. She came back with some coffee in a container and handed it to him. "This should keep you until you get more." "Thanks, I'll replace it tomorrow." She shook her head. "No need to, bye," she said, closing the door when he stepped out. She went to walk away, but stopped when she heard him knocking again. Opening the door, she looked out. "Yes?" she asked.
I hate to be a bother, but could you spare a little milk or cream?
She let out a sigh. "Yes, before I go get it, do you also need sugar?" "No, I don't need sugar. I'm sweet enough," he said, giving her a big smile which showed off his dimples. She neither acknowledged his attempt at humor or his dimples as she walked back into the kitchen. She came back with the milk and a small bag with some cookies and handed it to him. "I figured I'd throw these in, just in case you came back asking for something to eat." "Thank you. Perhaps I can take you to breakfast tomorrow to thank you for your kindness." "No, I don't think so," she said, closing the door on him. She leaned against the door after locking it. Closing her eyes, she prayed that he wasn't going to be a pest. All she wanted was to be left alone. The next morning, she got up and dressed and put on a pot of coffee. She peeked out the front window and saw her neighbor putting up Christmas lights. She let out a loud sigh. This was the last thing she wanted, Christmas lights shining in her window. Not to mention a happy-go-lucky man who she just knew was going to be a pain in her ass. Again, she dropped the curtain when he looked in her direction. She was afraid he was going to think she was spying on him. Oh crap, she cursed when she heard a knock at her door and knew it was him. Opening the door, she gave him a dirty look. "What now?" "Look, I'm sorry to bother you, but I was putting up some lights, and I need someone to hold the ladder." "I'm sorry, I'm busy. It will only take a few minutes, and you wouldn't want me to fall and break something, would you?" She rolled her eyes. No, she wouldn't want anyone to get hurt, so she nodded her head and agreed to help him. "Just give me a few minutes to put on my coat and boots." "Thank you, I really appreciate it."
Yeah, I'll be right out."
She went and put on a sweater, then her coat and boots. She cursed the day she decided to come here now that she had a neighbor who was already being a nuisance. "All right, I'm here, so let's get this over with." "Someone is in a bad mood," he replied. "I haven't had my coffee yet," she answered, trying to explain herself. As she held the ladder and he hung the lights, he tried to engage her in conversation. "You haven't told me your name." "Scout Lewis." "Scout? That's an unusual name for a girl." "Well, I guess my parents had a weird sense of humor. Are you going to be much longer? It's getting cold out here, and I need my coffee." "I'm almost done, and I'll make us some coffee." "No, I already made a pot. It's just waiting for me. Great, then you won't mind if I join you. The nerve of this guy, she thought to herself. As a matter of fact, I do mind, and I wasn't inviting you. I gave you plenty for you to make your own. Okay, I can take a hint, he said. Finishing hanging the lights, he made his way down the ladder. I'm heading into town to get some food. Can I pick anything up for you? Better yet, why don't you come with me, and I'll even buy you breakfast. No, I have everything I need. Look, I don't want to be rude, but I wish you would leave me alone. No one should be alone during the holidays. Just leave me alone, she snapped. Turning around, she headed back to her place and went inside. Going into the kitchen, she poured herself a cup of coffee and sat down. Rubbing her temples, she asked God why he was doing this to her. Why couldn't everyone leave her alone with her grief? That night she had settled down to read. The only light she had on was a small one by the chair where she was reading her book. Then suddenly her living room was lit up by Dylan's outdoor Christmas lights. Damn it, she cursed out loud. Getting up, she marched out of the cabin and over to his and knocked on his door. She didn't even bother putting on a coat. He smiled when he opened the door and saw her. I knew you couldn't stay away from me. Look, I tried being nice to you, but your lights are way too bright and are flooding my living room. It's very annoying. It's just Christmas lights. What do you have against Christmas anyway? I could put up some lights on your place, brighten it up a little. He tried not to laugh when her face turned red and she started to stutter. Oh my God, don't you get it? Oh, just leave me alone and turn off the damn lights, she snapped. Turning around, she walked away, but halfway to her cabin, she slipped and fell, letting out a scream. Before she knew it, he was by her side, checking out her ankle. I'm okay, go away. You're not okay. You might have sprained your ankle. What in the world were you thinking of coming out wearing slippers and no coat? You're freezing. Ouch, she squealed when he felt her ankle. That hurts.
Yup, it's a sprain,
He said, picking her up and carrying her back to her cabin, even though she told him to put her down. I'll put you down once I get you inside so I can take a better look at your ankle. He got her inside and placed her down on the sofa, covering her with the throw blanket that was over the back of the sofa. Here, this will keep you warm while I make you something hot to drink. You don't have to do that.
I know,
He said as he walked into the kitchen. Chapter 3. When he came back with a steaming cup of tea, he handed it to her and went over to the fireplace. What are you doing? She asked. It's a bit chilly in here, so I'm going to light the fireplace. You don't have to do that, just leave. Not until I get the fire going and I check out your ankle. There's nothing cozier than a roaring fire on a cold night. There we go, he said. Straightening up, he turned around to look at her. Now let's have a look at your ankle. She couldn't stop staring at his body. His shirt was straining against his muscles. God, does he not own a larger shirt? She asked herself as he approached her. She didn't like how her body was reacting when he got close, and now with his hand on her ankle, she shivered, but not from being cold. Well, it's not broken, just a sprain. Are you a doctor or something? She asked, noticing how he still had his hand on her ankle. He smiled at her. No, I'm not a doctor. You should stay off it for a while. If you want, I can hang around, and when you're ready for bed, I can carry you there. Her cheeks felt warm when he said this. She could just imagine what it would be like to have him in her bed. No, just leave, please. Oh Lord, she could feel her panties getting wet. He smelled so good. His scent was intoxicating, and his hand felt so warm and firm on her ankle. She didn't want to have these feelings for a stranger, someone she had just met. Letting go, he stood up and reached for his coat. Okay, I'll go, but if you need anything, just call and I'll come running. He picked up her phone and put his number in it. There, now you can call me whenever you want. Next time you go outside, wear boots and a coat. When he got to the door, he turned back to look at her. I'll take some of the lights down so that it won't be so bright. "Thank you," she said as he walked out. The next day her ankle was much better, and she was feeling restless, so she thought about going into town and treating herself to breakfast. As she stepped outside, she glanced over at Dylan's cabin. There was no sign of him, and she was grateful for that. "Merry Christmas, miss. Do you know what you want, or would you like to see a menu?" the young waitress asked. "I'll take a look at the menu, but could I start with a coffee?" She couldn't bring herself to wish the girl Merry Christmas. As she was looking over the breakfast specials, she heard a familiar voice and looked up into his piercing blue eyes. "Mind if I join you?" he asked, but not waiting for an answer, he sat down across from her. "Looks like you already have," she said in a snarky tone. "Wow, someone is sure grumpy before she has her morning coffee. So what's good here to eat?" he asked, picking up the menu.
After the waitress took their order, Scout leaned over, not wanting anyone else to hear what she had to say. "Are you stalking me?"
He chuckled. "No, why would you say that?" "Because every time I turn around there you are. Since you got here, you've made excuses to see me. Look, I'm sure you're a very nice man, but I want to be left alone." "No one should be alone at Christmas time." "That's what I want," she said, taking a sip of her coffee. She rolled her eyes when he ignored what she had said and started talking. So she sat there listening as he went on, and she was glad when they were done eating so that she could leave. "Say, I wonder if you'd mind helping me with something." "Now what?" she asked in a snippy tone. "I need to get some groceries, and I'll need help carrying them. So would you come with me over to the store?" The last thing she wanted was to spend more time with him, but he did take care of her when she hurt her ankle and felt she owed him. "If I do this for you, will you promise not to bother me again?"
"If that's what you want," he said, winking at her.
When they got to the store, she followed him around while he filled up his cart. He grabbed some chicken and looked at her. "Hey, do you like chicken stir-fry?" "Yes, why?" "I thought I could make it for our dinner tonight. You know, to thank you for helping me out. There's no way I could carry this all by myself." "You paid me by buying breakfast, and what about your promise not to bother me anymore?" "I never exactly promised." She threw her arms up in frustration. This man was impossible. "Are you always this sure of yourself?" "Yes," he answered and went to the checkout to pay for his items. "Miss Lewis, how lovely to see you again. And who, may I ask, is your fellow?" Katie asked as she started ringing up the food. Scout shook her head. "No, he's not my guy. He's just my neighbor, and I'm only helping him with his groceries." She was beginning to get a headache and wondered why this was happening to her. Katie smiled at Dylan. "Welcome to our little town. You both must come next week to our Christmas festival. It's also when we light the big tree in the park, and afterwards, there's skating, hot cocoa, and so much more."
"We'll be there," he said, not giving Scout a chance to answer.
When they left the store, that was when she let him have it. "How dare you tell her that we'll go to the festival? You made it sound like we're a couple, which we aren't and never will be. I have no intentions of going with you or having dinner with you. Once we get back home, I don't want to see you again." He didn't answer. He just kept walking ahead of her with a smile on his face. She helped him carry the bags inside, and as she did, she looked around. He noticed her checking out the place. "I know it's not as big or nice as your cabin, but it suits me just fine. I am planning on putting up a tree. Maybe I could get one for you too. I'll even help you decorate it." "No thanks, I don't want a tree, and as I told you earlier, this is the last time we'll be seeing each other. I'm going now. Have a nice evening. Dinner will be ready by 7. See you then." She stopped at the door and looked back at him. "I won't be here."
"Yes, you will."
She walked out, slamming the door behind her. She couldn't get over his cockiness, at how arrogant and so sure of himself to think she would show up. Going back to her cabin, she grabbed one of her books and sat down to read it. But her mind kept wandering to the man next door. She was curious as to why he was here alone after all. A man that looked like him must have lots of women dying to be with him. Even though he was being a pain in her, as there was something mysterious about him. He did have a certain sex appeal about him, one that was hard to ignore. That was why she had to stay away from him. She couldn't afford to get hurt again. She ended up falling asleep on the sofa, her book falling out of her hand and onto the floor. Waking up, she realized how late it was getting and was starving. Getting up, she peeked out the window and over at his cabin. What would be the harm in having one dinner with the man? That way she could convince him to leave her alone once and for all. After taking a shower, she changed into a plain blue dress. Grabbing her coat and boots, she put them on, feeling a little nervous about going over there. Dylan was lighting the candles that were placed on the small dining room table. He had a bottle of white wine chilling, and the stir-fry was being kept warm until she arrived. He wasn't sure if she would show up or not, but he was hoping that she would. Looking into her eyes, he knew that she had been badly hurt by a man, and he wanted to put a smile back on her face. He looked at his watch, and seeing it was 5 minutes past 7, he was worried that she wasn't coming. But then he heard a knock at the door. He took one look around to make sure everything was in place. Pleased with himself, he went and opened the door. "I'm so glad you came. Please come in," he said, moving over to let her enter. "Let me take your coat," he said, helping her out of it.
I don't know why I came.
"I guess I was just hungry," she said, removing her boots. With his back to her, he smiled as he hung up her coat. "Dinner is ready. Shall we go into the kitchen?" She checked out the kitchen and was impressed to see how clean it was. Obviously, he washed the dishes he used to cook with before she got here. "I can't get over how clean it is in here, not a dirty dish in sight. My mother taught me from a young age to clean as you go along. That way there aren't a lot of dishes to do later." He opened the wine and handed her a glass. "I hope you like white wine. If not, I'm sure I have some red, or a beer if you prefer." "This is perfect," she replied. He dished out 2 plates and placed hers down in front of her. "Chicken stir-fry, my lady. I hope you enjoy it." "It smells delicious," she said, taking a bite. "It's amazing. Are you a professional chef or something?" He chuckled. "No, but I do know my way around a kitchen." "So what do you do if you're not a chef?" "I'm a writer."
A writer. Have you written anything that I might have read?
"I doubt it. I'm working on a novel right now, something I've been doing for the last few months." "So, you haven't published anything yet?" "No." "Well, how do you live? I mean, this place is expensive." "I'm sorry, you don't have to answer that. It's none of my business." He looked at her. "I don't mind you asking me. I write small articles for the newspaper, and I also take on odd jobs whenever I can find them. Sometimes I will edit other people's work, and that pays well, so I do all right." She was a little impressed that he was a writer and was writing a novel. "I'm curious as to why you came here alone. Surely there must be a woman in your life, or are you one of those players who's here hoping to score?"
I've been too busy to date, and no, I'm not a player. I came here to get some writing done and to do some skiing. He looked at her empty plate. "Can I get you some more? I made way too much, and I would hate to see it go bad." Well, I shouldn't, but it's so good, so yeah, just a little bit more. She was wanting to know what his novel was about, so she asked, "What's your book about, or is it a secret?"
"It's not a secret, and I will tell you, but after we're done eating." She could understand that. Who wants to talk about work during dinner, so she would wait to find out. Her guess was he was writing some kind of mystery or horror story, or could he be writing a romance novel? If so, was he here looking for some kind of action to put in his book? Chapter 4. When they were done eating, he had her go sit in the living room while he did the dishes. He then brought in a bottle of wine and lit the fireplace. Pouring them each a glass, he sat down next to her. "So, you said you would tell me more about your book. It's not fiction or romance. It's a biography of a man who was one of the few survivors of the Holocaust. I met him through a friend, and he started telling me his story. I asked him if I could write a book on his life and what he went through. He agreed and said he wanted to share his story so that others could know the truth. He took a sip of his wine and turned serious. Can you believe that there are some people that don't believe it really happened? They refuse to believe that the Jews were sent to concentration and extermination camps. I spent weeks with the man, listening to his story, taking notes, and now I'm in the process of putting it all into a book. She was in awe listening to him talk, and his passion for the story could be seen in his eyes. It sounds amazing. I would definitely buy that book. He smiled. It felt good hearing that from her. My publisher loves what I sent him so far and is just waiting for me to finish it. He thinks it's going to be a big hit, and I'm not tooting my own horn, but I think it will too. What got you into doing a biography as opposed to other types of stories? As a young boy, I loved listening to people talking about their lives, what they've done and been through. History always intrigued me, and the story I'm writing is a part of history that should never be forgotten. Now, tell me a bit about you. She ran her fingertip over the rim of her glass. There's not much to tell. I'm a secretary in a corporate law firm. Why are you here alone? A beautiful woman such as you must have a boyfriend or a family to spend Christmas with. My parents are in Paris for the holidays. It's sort of a second honeymoon for them. You haven't answered me about whether you have a boyfriend or not. I was engaged, and we were supposed to come here together. So you're not engaged now? No, we broke up 2 days ago. Why? She looked at him. I don't want to talk about it or him. He saw how her eyes started to fill with tears. I'm sorry that he hurt you. All I want to say is that he was a fool to let you go. If you were my woman, I would never do anything to hurt you. When he reached for her hand, she pulled away and stood up. It's getting late, so I'm going to leave now, but thanks for dinner. I wish you all the best on your book, and will keep an eye open for it when it hits the stores. Just give me your address, and I'll send you a copy. No thanks, I'll buy a copy. I'll walk you home. She was a stubborn woman, and he knew he had his work cut out for him. I'm in the cabin across from here, so I think I can find my own way. I know you can, but a gentleman always walks a lady home. When they got to her front door, she stopped to face him. Thank you for walking me home. Good night, and thanks again for dinner. He didn't want to leave yet. I think you need some cheering up, so I'm going to get you a tree and help you decorate it, and maybe put up some outdoor lights. That will put you in the Christmas spirit. Oh my God, don't you get it? I don't want to be cheered up. I want to forget it's Christmas, so leave me alone, she said. Turning around, she went inside and closed the door on him. She went into the bedroom and slipped into her nightgown. Seeing that it wasn't too late, she called Vicky, who she knew would still be awake.
Hey girl, how's it going?
Well, it would a lot better if it wasn't for my neighbor who won't leave me alone. Neighbor? What neighbor? His name is Dylan Sharp. He is so annoying and is always showing up on my doorstep, and he shows up wherever I go. Oh, a guy, you say? So is he good looking? Not that it matters, but yes, he is. Why don't you have some fun with him while you're there? It's not like you'll ever see him again. I really think you need this after what Andrew did to you. I'm not interested in a fling. Oh, come on, there's no harm in it. You don't have to sleep with him, just hang out, have fun while you're there. Go skiing, build a snowman, enjoy yourself for once. You deserve some happiness, and you can bet Andrew is having fun. I've got to go now. See you when I get back, she said before hanging up. Build a snowman, she scoffed to herself. She woke up in the morning to someone knocking on her door. Cursing, she threw on a robe and went to answer it, already knowing it was going to be Dylan. Hey, what are you still doing in bed on a beautiful day like this? Dylan, what do you want now? Get dressed, and I'll take you out for breakfast. and then we'll go skiing." She looked at him and rolled her eyes. "You're not going to stop until I agree to go, are you?" As if she didn't already know the answer. "Nope, I'll be back in 20 minutes, so wear something warm," he said as he walked away, leaving her with her mouth hanging open. Yes, true to his word, he came back and was pleased to see she was ready. As they walked into town, a thought occurred to him. He looked over at her. "I forgot to ask you if you know how to ski." "Yes, I do. It's just that I don't get much chance to do it. I might be a little rusty, but I guess it's like riding a bike. Once you've done it, you never forget how." They stopped to have a bite to eat, and the same waitress was there to serve them. While they were eating, Katie from the grocery store appeared at their table. "Hi, I'm so glad I ran into you too. Remember I was telling you about the winter festival? Well, everyone is making something for us to sell, and I was wondering if you two would make up a few dozen Christmas cookies. It would really help us out." Before Scout could speak up, he did. "Katie, we would love to." "Thank you. Well, I'll see you both later. Bye now." Scout put her fork down, crossed her arms over her chest, and gave him the death stare. "What gives you the right to volunteer me to make cookies when you know I don't want to celebrate Christmas? It's for a good cause. Oh wait, don't tell me you don't know how to bake." "I know how to bake cookies, but the question is, do you?" He had a smile on his face when he answered her. "Honestly, no, I don't. But I was thinking it would be fun for us to do it together. You can teach me how. If you're done eating, we should go over to the lodge and rent our skis." For over 3 hours they enjoyed skiing, and though she didn't want to admit it, she was glad he talked her into it. The cold, crisp air felt amazing on her face as she went down the slopes with him following close beside her. "I'm impressed, you're really good," she said when they stopped to take a breather. "My parents and I went skiing every year. It was sort of our family tradition. But it has been over 5 years since we last went skiing." "Why is that?" she asked. "They died on a trip to Alaska. Their plane crashed." He started to choke up, so he stopped talking and looked away. "I'm so sorry," she said, feeling sad for him. "It's okay. It was a long time ago, and as they say, life must go on." He turned back to look at her. "I don't know about you, but I sure could use a hot cup of cocoa." "Yeah, me too," she replied. As they made their way back to the lodge, it started to snow. Big fluffy flakes fell on them, and they were covered in them by the time they got to where they were going. "I have to admit how beautiful everything looks covered in snow, so white, so clean. When I was a kid, I used to make snow angels with my friends. Life was so simple as a child, no worries, not a care in the world. Being an adult sucks, relationships suck, and I'm never going to fall in love again." She stopped talking to look at him. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't bore you with all of this." "You're not boring me, and it would help you to move on to talk about what happened between you and that guy." "I told you that I don't want to talk about it." "Well, then maybe you'll want to do this," he said. Putting his hand on her chest, he pushed her, making her fall down onto her back. "Why did you do that?" she snapped at him. "I thought it was time for you to have some fun. Go ahead, make your snow angels." He fell next to her. "I'll even make one too." She couldn't stop the small smile that crept up on the corner of her lip. "There it is," he said, smiling back at her.
"There's what?" she asked, confused.
"A smile. You finally smiled. You should smile more often. It really lights up your face." "Oh, just shut up and start making an angel," she said as she moved her arms and legs. This brought back happy memories for her, ones she would cherish forever. Looking over at Dylan, she was glad he talked her into going skiing. He noticed her looking at him. "Why are you looking at me like that?" She was embarrassed about being caught. "I'm not looking at you in any way." "Are you thinking about jumping my bones?" Her cheeks turned red, and it wasn't from the cold. "Please, don't flatter yourself. I was just thinking how cold it's getting. and I could use that hot cocoa you said you were going to buy me. Getting up, he held out his hand for her. Helping her up, he pulled her in close. I think you are starting to like me. Just so you know, I like you too. She pushed him away. I don't like you. You are a pain in my ass. Oh, admit it. You like me. She rolled her eyes at him. You are impossible. Let's go, she said, and started moving towards the lodge. After handing in their skis, they went into the dining room, where he also ordered them lunch, without even asking her if she was hungry. But she was hungry, so she didn't argue with him. I had so much fun with you today, he said, looking at her over the rim of his mug. I have to say, so did I. I'm glad you enjoy my company. Dylan, I never said it was your company I enjoyed. It was the skiing I liked. I had forgotten how much I loved it. Shouldn't you be busy writing your book? I'm getting there, but I always feel more energized when I get out and have some fun. Besides, I like being around you, even though you try to act like the Grinch. He saw her roll her eyes at him and laughed. Roll your eyes all you want, but I know I'm growing on you. Are you done eating, or would you like more? No, I'm done.
Good. There's one more stop I want to make before we go back to the cabin.
Where? She asked, wondering what he was up to now. You'll see, he replied, tossing down some money to pay for their meal. He took her hand and made her follow him. He liked that she hadn't pulled her hand from his. Chapter 5. What are we doing here? She asked when they ended up at a lot that sold Christmas trees of all sizes. Well, isn't it obvious? We're getting a tree. Help me pick one out. As they walked down the path, he stopped in front of a huge tree and turned to look at her. What about this one? It's way too big, she replied, shaking her head. She couldn't believe he had her tree shopping, and wanting a big one in his small cabin was ridiculous. A smaller one would be better here. This one would be perfect. Okay, then this is the one I will get. Just how do you plan on getting it back to the cabin? I'll tie a rope to it and drag it back. He then waved the man over, and after paying for it asked if he had a rope he could either borrow or buy. The older man smiled brightly at them. I have one you can borrow. Just bring it back whenever you get the chance. It's nice to see such a lovely young couple such as yourself buying a real tree instead of those fake plastic ones. Oh, we're not a couple, Scout said when Dylan didn't correct the man. When they got back to the cabin, and he started carrying the tree to her place, she called out to him. Wait, where are you going? He looked back at her as he continued walking. To put this tree in your cabin. No, it's supposed to go in your place. Come on, you've seen my place. There's no way I can fit a tree in there. Well, I don't want it. I know you said you didn't want one, but I am determined to get you into the Christmas spirit. I'll help you decorate it. She threw her hands up in the air in defeat. Good luck with that. I don't have any decorations. He smiled as he walked past her. No problem. I found a whole box full in my closet. Now be a good girl and open the door for me. Once they were inside, he put the tree up. Why don't you go make us some coffee while I go and get the decorations? When he was gone, she put the kettle on and went back out and stared at the tree. There was nothing like the smell of a freshly cut tree. She was still standing there when he came back with a box, but then she disappeared into the kitchen. She was hoping if she took long enough, he would have finished decorating it. But no such luck. He had the lights on, but was sitting there waiting for her.
I thought you went into town for the coffee,
He said jokingly as he took his coffee from her hand. Okay, time to put the decorations up. She had no choice but to go along with him, especially when he started handing her some of the ornaments. She let out a sigh when he turned on the radio and switched to a station that was playing all Christmas songs. Must you put on Christmas music? Of course I do. It's Christmas time. Time to be jolly. I could tell you a couple of jokes that might put a smile on your face. No thanks, she replied. But did he listen? No, of course he didn't. What is the most disappointing thing for a man on Christmas morning? I don't know, she said with sarcasm. The most disappointing thing for a man on Christmas morning is getting a sweater when he was hoping for a screamer or a moaner. It wasn't really the joke that got her smiling. It was the look on his face when he said it. Oh, I see you like that one. No, I didn't. Here's another one for you. How does Santa stay STD-free? She continued putting the ornaments on the tree. I don't know, but I'm sure you're going to tell me. He always wraps his package before shoving it down the chimney. He chuckled at his own joke. I see the smile on your face, so I know you thought it was funny. Okay, you're funny. He started putting another decoration on the tree, but turned to look at her. Scout is an unusual name for a girl. Don't get me wrong, I like it, but why would your parents name you that? I'm not really sure. I never asked them. When she didn't elaborate any further, he stood back with a huge grin on his face. Now this is a good-looking tree. I think it's time to turn the lights on. Plugging the lights in and the tree lit up, they stood back to admire the twinkling lights. She stared at the tree. Suddenly she felt a twinge of sadness in her heart. Her eyes filled with tears, so she walked away and stood by the window, looking out at the snow that was falling to the ground. Scout, are you okay? Not really. It wasn't supposed to be like this. Like what? He asked, walking over to her. I was supposed to be here with my fiancé. It was supposed to be a romantic getaway. I was so sure that he was going to set the date for our wedding.
So what went wrong?
When she didn't answer, he placed his hand on her arm. It's not good to keep so much sadness inside you. You can talk to me. It just might help. She lowered her eyes, staring at the floor as she desperately tried to hold back her tears. 2 days before we were supposed to come here, he told me he had gotten someone pregnant and that he was going to marry her. We had planned a life together, but for the last year, he's been having an affair with a woman that works in our office. I'm such a stupid fool. How could I not have seen what was going on right under my nose? At this point, he placed both hands on her shoulders, looking into her eyes. I'm so sorry he did that to you. He's an idiot, and you're better off without him. Isn't it better that you found out what he's like now instead of after you married him? Her bottom lip quivered when she looked back into his eyes. I thought he loved me. I'm never going to trust another man again. Don't give up on love. Not all men are like him.
You want to know what else he suggested when he told me?
He said that after he and Janet got married that we could keep on seeing each other. Now he wanted me to be the other woman. As far as I'm concerned, there is no such thing as love between a man and a woman. He placed the palms of his hands on her cheeks. Oh, Scout, you're wrong. There is such a thing as love. You just have to find the right person. And this jerk you were engaged to obviously was not the right man for you. You deserve so much better. As he stared into her eyes, he lowered his head, moving it slowly until his lips were close to hers. He had this overwhelming desire to kiss her, and she wasn't stopping him. But just before he could kiss her, he dropped his hands from her face and moved back. As much as he wanted to kiss her, he just couldn't bring himself to do it. It wouldn't have been right. I need to finish writing my chapter for tomorrow. My publisher is expecting it. Enjoy your tree. With a heavy heart and feeling like a jerk, he left her cabin and headed to his place. Once inside, he pulled out his laptop and sat there. He just couldn't concentrate. Instead of writing, he picked up his phone and made a call. Yeah, it's me. Look, I can't go through with this. It's not right. She's really sweet, and if she finds out, it will hurt her. After listening to the person on the other end of the line, he hung up. She was shocked when he abruptly left. He had come close to kissing her, and the truth was she wanted him to. She could still feel his hands on her face, his warm breath fanning her face. She felt something she had never felt before, not with Andrew, not with any man. She sat down on the sofa, watching the lights on the tree blinking on and off. Was there something wrong with her? Andrew had said she wasn't that exciting in bed. Was there something about her that turned men off? Then again, maybe Dylan was getting over his own heartbreak and just wanted to be friends. She went to bed that night feeling sad and rejected, and hoped that he would be too busy to bother with her anymore. But the next day he showed up with a smile on his face. It was like last night never happened. Not that anything did. "Do you like chocolate?" he asked. "Yes, why?" "Well, they have a chocolate factory that is open to the public, and I thought it would be nice to go there and see what it's all about." So an hour later, they found themselves being shown around the factory and how the chocolates were made. They were even given samples. When they were done there, they walked through the Christmas market. He bought them both a Santa hat, and putting his on, he made her wear hers too. After spending the day checking out everything the market had to offer, they went to the restaurant and had an early dinner. While they were eating, Katie walked over to their table. "I hope you remember about the Christmas cookies and the festival." Dylan gave her a warm smile. "No, we haven't forgotten, and we're looking forward to the festival." "Oh, I'm so happy to hear that," she said, clapping her hands together. "Fantastic. We'll see you then." Scout looked across the table at him. "Oh my God, I totally forgot about the Christmas cookies. I'm going to have to stop at the grocery store and buy the ingredients to make them." "That's okay. We can do it together, and we still have a few days. I was thinking that tomorrow we could go dog sledding. I was talking to a guy, Nicholas, in town, and he said that most tourists really enjoy doing it." She shook her head no. "No way. We know nothing about dog sledding. I've seen it done on TV, and Nicholas has given me a few pointers. It'll be fun, and I know you will enjoy it, and you get to sit in the sled while I take you for a ride." "I don't know. It sounds too dangerous." "I won't let anything happen to you. You can trust me." When they got back to the cabin, she asked him if he wanted to come in for a drink, but he declined, saying he had work to do. He could tell that she was disappointed and felt that he had to explain about the night before. "Scout, about last night." "You don't have to say anything. It was nothing." "I need to explain. I really did want to kiss you. I just didn't think it was right, not with you just having broken up with your fiancé. That man hurt you, and you're still vulnerable, and I didn't want to take advantage of that." "You don't have to say that. I know I'm not the type that guys find attractive." "Is that what that prick told you?" "Well, let me tell you something. You are beautiful and SXY and very attractive, but I'm not the type of man to take advantage of a woman when she's still hurting. I do want to be your friend, and while we're here, let's enjoy each other's company. Just think, when I first met you, you wanted nothing to do with Christmas, and now look at you. You've got a Christmas tree up, you're wearing a Santa hat, and you're even going to make Christmas cookies. I didn't want this. I didn't want anything to do with Christmas this year, but you kept bugging me."
Scout, no matter where you go or what you do, you cannot run away from Christmas, so you might as well enjoy it. I'll see you tomorrow. Get plenty of rest because it's going to be a long day.
Chapter 6. She was dressed and ready by the time he arrived to pick her up. Making the short walk into town, they went straight to where the dogs and sleds were. "Mr. Sharp, I hope you and your lady friend enjoy the ride." Dylan smiled at her and winked. "I'm sure we will, Mr. Snow. Now, do you remember everything I showed you the other day?" "I do. So are we ready to go?" Dylan got her settled into the sled. "You ready? Are you sure you know what you're doing?" she asked, feeling a little nervous. But she was also excited to be doing something so different from anything she had ever done before. Andrew would never have done this heck. He wouldn't even decorate a tree, much less make Christmas cookies. "Yeah, I do. He gave me a lesson the other day and showed me a path that was the safest one to take. Now sit back and enjoy the ride," he said as he covered her up with the blanket. After several minutes, she began to relax and enjoyed the ride. The path they took was breathtaking. The trees were coated with snow and sparkled from the sun shining on them. She saw some wildlife along the way, a few deer and lots of squirrels. After an hour, she wondered why he stopped. Is something wrong? She asked, looking at him with concern. No, I just wanted to show you something, he said, helping her out of the sled. She didn't remove her hand from his when he took it as they made their way towards a cliff. You're not planning on pushing me off, are you? He let out a chuckle. No, I just want you to see the view from up here. Isn't it beautiful? It's breathtaking, she answered, looking down at the scenery below. This is such a beautiful area. Thank you for showing it to me. I thought you would like it. You seem like a girl who likes the outdoors. It's just as beautiful in the summertime as it is right now. She turned her head to look at him. Have you been here before? Once with my parents a few years back. You must be getting cold by now. Let's go back, and I'll buy you a hot cup of cocoa. After getting the dogs and the sled back to their owner, he took her to the restaurant where they had something to eat before heading back to their cabin. Have you ever been in love? She asked just before taking a bite of her sandwich.
I thought I was once, but turned out it was just a crush. I haven't met a woman yet that I wanted to give my heart to. What kind of woman are you looking for? Someone drop-dead gorgeous, I presume. You've got me wrong. It's not looks that attracts me to a woman, though I will admit it doesn't hurt. I want a woman who is kind-hearted, one who loves children and don't play games, someone who will be completely loyal and devoted to me, and one that I would be the same way with. But right now, I really don't have time to get involved with someone. Why are you spending so much time with me when you say that you're really busy writing your novel? I enjoy your company, and when I leave you, I feel so refreshed that I sit down and I just start typing away. So you see, you are my inspiration, and I've gotten so much done since I met you. You're enjoying my company too, aren't you? A smile curled up on the corner of her lip as she rolled her eyes at him. Okay, I'll admit that you have made a horrible situation more bearable. I am enjoying your company. I honestly thought I would never be able to laugh or smile again, so I must thank you for that. That's why I'm here, to make you feel better. That's kind of a weird thing to say. What do you mean that's why you're here? He swallowed the tiny lump that seemed to have gotten lodged in his throat. I just think that fate brought us together for this reason. Are you ready to go back now? She still wasn't sure if she believed his answer or not. But then again, maybe she was just over-analyzing his remark. When they got back to the cabins, she had her back turned to him. When she felt a snowball hitting the back of her head, she turned around to look at him with a scowl on her face. Why did you do that? To get your attention. Why? I don't think we should go inside yet. Let's do something outdoorsy things. We've already done something outdoorsy. We went dog sledding. I know, but I was just thinking since we have lights on in our cabin and a Christmas tree in your cabin, we ought to have a snowman out front. So let's build us a big snowman that we both can share. A snowman? What are you, 12 years old? She asked, scoffing. You don't have to be a kid to have fun making a snowman. It's either that or we have a snowball fight, and trust me, I will win. Your pick, lady, he said with a smirk on his face. She knew from the size and strength of the man that she would be out of her league, so she agreed to the snowman. For over an hour, they worked hard getting the snowman made. It looks pretty good, he said, standing back to admire their work. But it needs a hat, eyes, nose, and a mouth. Don't forget the scarf, she said as she stood next to him. I can take care of the eyes and nose. I even have a scarf, but it's up to you to find a hat. I'll go see what's inside the closet,
he said as she walked into her cabin to look for what she needed. They both came back out with what they needed. She had a carrot for its nose and 2 big black buttons that she found in one of the drawers, and used one of her own scarves. He found an old-fashioned hatway in the back of the closet in his cabin. They stood back to check out their handiwork. We make quite a team, he said, using his shoulder to bump her, causing her to fall on her as he started laughing as he looked down at her. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you fall,
Oh, I think you did.
she said, and picking up a handful of snow threw it at him, hitting him in the face when she got to her feet. Oh no, you just didn't do that. She started laughing at him. Yes, I did. So what are you going to do about it? I'll show you what I'm going to do, he said. Bending over, he scooped up a handful of snow. Her eyes grew wide as she slowly started to back away. You wouldn't. But when she saw him making a snowball, she knew what he was up to, so she turned to run, but got hit smack in the head with it. Turning back around, she scooped up some snow, and before they knew it, they were having a snowball fight. As they continued throwing snowballs at each other, she slipped and fell. He took this opportunity to grab a handful of snow, and straddling her, he pretended he was going to smash it into her face. She held her hands up in front of her face as she pleaded to him not to do it. No, please don't, it's too cold. She placed her hand on the ground. Oh, don't think I don't know what you're doing, he said when he saw the handful of snow in her right hand and knew she was planning on shoving it into his face. He grabbed both of her wrists and pinned them above her head. Their faces were almost touching. Their hearts were racing as they stared into each other's eyes. There was something pulling them closer, like two magnets. Their lips came crashing together. As cold as they were, their bodies and lips were soon consumed in fire. She could feel his hardness pressing against her. A soft moan escaped her lips as their kiss turned more passionate. She wrapped her arms around his neck when he released her wrist, his hands resting on either side of her. Dylan, what are we doing? He looked down at her, staring deeply into her eyes. His hardened member was straining against his pants. He was so horny and wanted her so bad, but he forced himself to get up off of her. Holding out his hand, he helped her up. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that. I need to go in and get some work done. She watched sadly as he turned and walked away from her. Going inside her own cabin, she removed her outerwear and went to sit on the sofa. She couldn't believe that they had kissed, and it wasn't just a friendly kiss. It was one that set her body on fire with desire. She could feel the heat in her face at the thought of how she would have had sex with him right there in the snow if he hadn't stopped. He never did come to see her later that night, much to her disappointment. But then she figured it probably was for the best. As much as she wanted to know what it would be like for him to make love to her, she knew it wouldn't be right. It would just be rebound sex, and that wouldn't have been fair to either one of them. The next day, after she had something to eat for breakfast and still hadn't seen or heard from Dylan, she decided to walk into town and pick up a few things which she would need to make the Christmas cookies. Even if he didn't come back, she was still obligated to make them, with or without him. Are you all right, sweetheart? Katie asked as she rang up Scout's items. I'm fine. You don't look fine. You look like you've been crying. I know it's none of my business, but did you and that nice young man have a fight? I don't know what I did wrong. We had a wonderful day yesterday, but later that evening he seemed upset, and I haven't heard from him since. She was glad that there were no customers in the store. She needed someone to talk to. Katie had her take a chair behind the counter and got her a coffee, and they talked. Scout told her about her ex and what he had done. She also told her how Dylan showed up and made her feel better. I just don't get him. One minute he's so much fun, but when we get close he shuts himself off. It must be me. Maybe there's something wrong with me that turned men off. Oh honey, that's not true. I've watched the two of you together. There are sparks between you two. The way he looks at you is so sweet. It's like he's falling for you. That's impossible. We've only known each other a few days. Sometimes that's all it takes. How do you feel about him, and how does he make you feel?
I like him.
He's so different from any other man I ever knew. He makes me laugh. He makes me feel beautiful. I'm so confused. It sometimes feels like he's keeping a secret from me. I came here hating Christmas and wanting to get away from it, to hide, I guess. But Dylan made me like it again. Sweetie, maybe he's been hurt and doesn't want to talk about it yet. She looked at Katie, tears stinging her eyes. But he made me talk about Andrew, so shouldn't he open up to me? Men are stubborn. That's just the way they are. Go home and I bet he'll show up on your doorstep. After all, he did promise to help you bake the cookies. Before leaving the store, she gave Katie a hug and thanked her for the talk, saying it made her feel so much better. Chapter 7. It was around 2 in the afternoon, and she still hadn't heard from Dylan. She got everything out to start the cookies, cursing as she was doing it. It made her angry that he had said he would help, and he was nowhere around. Picking up her phone, she dialed his number, but it went to voicemail, so she left a message. Dylan, it was you that volunteered us to make cookies for the festival, so where are you? Well, never mind, I'll do it myself. She hung up and cursed him once again. As he was typing away on his laptop, he heard his phone ring but chose to ignore it. But he was curious to know who it was, so picking it up he checked and saw who it was from. He felt guilty when he saw it was from Scout and for ignoring her all day. He listened to her message, and from her tone, he knew she was both hurt and angry. He wrestled with his conscience on whether to go over or not, but he did say he would help with the cookies. So closing his laptop, he grabbed a bottle of wine and headed over to her place. When she opened the door, he held up the wine. I brought you something to say I'm sorry. With her lips set in a firm line, she looked at the wine. What exactly are you saying sorry for? Is it the way you left me standing in the snow after you kissed me, or for leaving me to make the damn Christmas cookies myself? Both, he replied. I'm here now and I would like to help. That is, if you'll let me. She took the bottle from his hand and looked at it. The only reason I'm letting you in is that I need help making the cookies, and I also want wine, she said, stepping aside to let him enter. They went into the kitchen, and she grabbed 2 wine glasses while he opened the bottle. I see you went ahead and got all the ingredients. I'm sorry, I had planned on going to get them with you. Well, since you weren't around, I went alone. She started preparing the ingredients and told him what to do. About last night, did I do something to turn you off? He used the cookie cutters to make the shapes, glancing over at her. It wasn't you. I just couldn't go through with it. I wanted to, boy did I want to. But we agreed to be friends, and friends don't do what we did. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you. She finished off her glass of wine and poured them each another. It's probably for the best, since when we leave here, we'll not see each other again, so why start something we can't finish? She grabbed the 2 trays of cookies and placed them in the oven. As they started making more, he started talking about her future. So will you be going back to the law firm or look for another job? I'm not sure yet. It pays really well, and I like the people I work with. Well, most of them. But seeing Andrew and that tramp every day might be too hard. I'll have to go back until I find another job. If I were you, I'd stay and let him see what he gave up, because I'm sure he will regret losing you. I know I would be, but then again, I would never cheat on you. All men cheat if they think they can get away with it, she said bitterly. He stopped what he was doing and placed his hand over hers. Not all men cheat. I know I wouldn't. She moved her hand from under his.
We better finish making these. We have a long way to go.
For the next 2 hours, she continued making the cookies, and when they were cool enough, they started decorating them. Another 2 hours later, they were finished, and the cookies were placed into containers to take to the festival. She kept the last batch for them, putting them on a plate as they continued drinking the wine. He grabbed one from the plate and took a bite. Wow, these are really delicious. Try one, he said, holding up the plate and waiting for her to choose the one she wanted. He couldn't take his eyes off her when she bit into one of the cookies. He was picturing her mouth wrapped around his cock, and that thought got him hard. Wiping the crumb from her lip, she looked at the mess. We should get this cleaned up. A wicked grin crossed his face. You have something on your face.
What is it?
He grabbed some flour and rubbed it on her face. The look on her face was priceless, and he started laughing. "Oh, you're funny," she said, grabbing some flour, threw it in his face. "Ha ha, now you have something on your face." He wiped the flour from his face and smirked at her.
Oh no, looks like you've got more flour on you.
He scooped up a handful and threw it in her face, laughing when she started squealing. The next thing he knew, she had another handful in her hand, so he grabbed more, and before they knew it, they were both covered in flour from head to toe. She started running around the table when he started chasing her, but he was much faster than her and had her cornered. They were both breathing heavily, their hearts were racing, and their smiles disappeared as they stared into each other's eyes. She lowered her eyes to his chest. She slowly unbuttoned the buttons on his shirt, her eyes glued to his chest as she ran her hands over his pecs, which were hard and defined. Her core began to throb. Lowering her lips onto his chest, she kissed it. She felt his hand tugging lightly on her hair as her lips moved over his chest, leaving soft little kisses. She could feel his heart beating like crazy against her lips. Then his hands rested on her face as he brought it up, and his mouth came crashing down on hers as he pressed her up against the counter. The kiss was only broken long enough for him to lift her top up over her head and threw it to the floor. She felt his lips going back on hers and his hands sneaking around her body as he unclipped her bra, removing it from her trembling body. He knew there was no going back now. The feel of her warm, soft lips on his and her breasts pressing against his chest. He knew he had to have her, no matter how wrong it was. His cock was hard and throbbing. His balls ached, and the way she was moaning into his mouth escalated his burning desire for her. Placing his hands on her hips, he lifted her up and carried her towards the bedroom, loving how she wrapped her legs around his waist as they continued to kiss. He laid her down on the bed, pulled down her pants and panties. He stood, pulled off his pants and briefs, and tossed them aside. Grabbing her ankles, he pulled her down closer to the edge of the bed. Spreading her legs, he stared at the glistening of her arousal. Getting down on his knees, he put his head between her legs and kissed along the inside of her thigh and across her pubic bone. She laid on her back, watching as he removed his jeans. Her chest was rising and falling rapidly, and she felt the wetness between her legs when she looked at the size of him. He was amazing. Then, when he placed his head between her legs, she grabbed onto the sheets, intertwining her fingers through them when he dragged his fingers along the folds of her pussy. She let out a scream when he flicked his tongue over her clit and closed his lips around it, sucking on it. She arched her back and closed her eyes. It felt as though her eyes had rolled into the back of her head when his tongue surged deeper inside her. His name escaped her lips when her body began to convulse with an earth-shattering orgasm, one she had never experienced in her whole life. When she finally opened her eyes, she saw him hovering over her and staring down at her.
You're so beautiful, he said, wanting so badly to be inside her. I want you.
I'm not stopping you, she said, panting.
There's just one problem,
He replied, looking frustrated. Don't you want me? Oh my God, yes I do. It's just that I haven't brought any protection with me. I never dreamed that I would be doing this while I'm up here. Her core was still throbbing, and she wanted him inside her in the worst way. Answer me one question. Have you ever had sex with a woman and not used a condom? Not once have I never used a condom. Even though I was engaged, my ex always used a condom. I am on the pill, so we're safe. But if you still don't feel comfortable, we can end this right now. He moved the strand of hair from her face. He knew he should stop, but he couldn't. He wanted her in a way that he had never wanted anyone before. I don't want to end it. You can tell by my cock that is rubbing against your pussy. I couldn't end it even if I wanted to, he said as he slowly entered her. She felt as though she was in heaven when he started thrusting inside her. He filled her to the brim, and as his thrusts moved faster, going deeper, she couldn't stop the screams that came from her mouth. She could feel every inch of him as he moved inside of her. Whoever said that size doesn't matter didn't know what they were talking about, she thought to herself. She wrapped her legs around his waist, her fingers running through his hair as he kissed her with so much passion. The way he kept pounding into her, the way he kissed her, she could feel herself coming and couldn't believe that she was having another orgasm. She could feel his cock pulsating inside her and knew that he was also about to release. It gave her so much joy to hear him moaning and grunting in pleasure. There was no way he could hold back another moment before giving himself the release he needed. It felt so warm and amazing being inside her. The way she moved her hips to the rhythm of his thrust added to his pleasure. Panting and moaning, he released inside of her, feeling the pressure leaving his body as he collapsed on top of her. He gave her one last kiss before rolling off of her and onto his side, pulling her into his arms. "That was amazing, you were amazing," he said, lifting her chin up so that he could kiss her lips. Resting her head on his chest, she ran her fingertips along his stomach. It was fantastic. After laying there for 20 minutes, they were both getting very sleepy. He wasn't sure if she wanted him to stay or not, so he took the chance and asked her, hoping he would get the answer he wanted. "I guess you want to go to sleep now, so should I go back to my cabin?" She felt her heart drop. She didn't want him to leave, wanted to feel his arms around her while she slept. "I would like for you to stay unless you want to go." "No, I don't want to go. I want to fall asleep with you in my arms and wake up with you in my arms." She smiled as she snuggled closer to him. "I want that too." Before falling asleep, they started kissing and touching each other until they ended up making love once again. It wasn't long after that before they both fell asleep, basking in the afterglow of their lovemaking. Chapter 8. Waking up in the morning, she looked over at Dylan, the man who rocked her world last night. A warm feeling coursed through her entire body as she remembered what he did to her. She didn't want to wake him up, so she quietly slipped out of bed, grabbed his shirt and put it on, and then she went to the kitchen to clean it up. When she was done, she put the garbage into the bin and let out a squeal when she felt a pair of strong arms going around her from behind. "You naughty girl, leaving me alone in bed all alone." She giggled when he kissed her neck. "I wanted to clean the kitchen, and you were so fast asleep, I didn't have the heart to wake you." "You should have awakened me. I would have helped you clean up the mess." He turned her around to face him. "Well, since you cleaned up, I will make us breakfast." She put her arms around his neck. "I love a man that can cook. While you're making us breakfast, I'm going to go take a shower." She pulled his head down and kissed him. He watched as she walked away, thinking about what amazing legs she had. He took a frying pan out of the cupboard, but when he heard the shower running, he put it back. The thought of her naked and all soaped up got him horny, so he decided he would surprise her. Removing his pants, he walked into the bathroom, pulled the curtain aside, and stepped in. "Dylan, what are you doing in here?" she asked, covering her breasts with her hands. He moved her hands away and took a look at her breasts. "You should never try to cover these up. You should always show them off, and to answer your question, I figured we'd save water if we showered together." He could see her face turning red and knew she was a little embarrassed. "You've never showered with a man before, have you?" "No," she said, her eyes glued to his chest. Oh God, his body was so much more titillating with water running down it. "I'm glad I'm your first. Showering together is what I meant." He handed her the washcloth and soap. "Wash me all over," he said in a husky voice. She chewed on the corner of her bottom lip as she applied soap to the washcloth. Placing it on his chest, she soaped it up, moving down his stomach and onto his manhood that was standing at attention. Taking his cock in her hand, she started cleaning it. It felt so hard and big in her tiny hand. Just feeling it got her core throbbing, and she could feel how wet she was getting. I don't know if I'm doing this right." He took the washcloth from her hand. "You're doing great, but now it's my turn." Applying some soap to the cloth, he began washing her. He started with her breasts and moved down to between her legs. He dropped the cloth, placed his hand over her pussy, placed 2 fingers inside her, and started thrusting them in and out and back in again. He felt her hands gripping his shoulders, heard her moan as she closed her eyes. He knew she was close to having an orgasm, so he stopped and heard her groan of disappointment. Putting his hands on her as he lifted her up and put her up against the wall, telling her to put her legs around him as he entered her with one hard thrust. "Oh shit, you have no idea how great it feels being inside your heat. I could make love to you all day and all night long." She wrapped her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist. She sucked on his neck when he entered her. He showed her no mercy as he started thrusting harder and faster, her back slamming up against the shower wall. It felt like a jolt of lightning coursing through her body when she peaked. Her juices flowed over his cock, her orgasm causing her to release his neck from the grip of her lips so that she could scream out his name. She was still wrapped around him when his mouth came crashing down on hers in a kiss that left her breathless and feeling weak. She kept her arms around his neck when he placed her down on her feet, feeling his one hand caressing her breast. She couldn't help but notice how much he loved touching them. He still had her pinned up against the wall as he continued to kiss her, his one hand fondling her breast. How he wished that they were laying down so that he could put one in his mouth while he played with the other one. Realizing that she needed air, he broke the kiss and smiled down at her, showing her his dimples. "Now I'm really starving, and this time for food." "Me too," she replied, her legs still feeling weak. After drying off and getting dressed, they headed into the kitchen, where he made her sit down while he made breakfast. First pouring them each a cup of coffee, and handed her one of them. "So what are you in the mood for? Bacon and eggs, pancakes, or something fancier like Egg Benedict?" "I would like pancakes with a side order of bacon and orange juice," she said, sitting back to watch him do the cooking. He was shirtless, and she couldn't stop looking at his broad shoulders and his muscular back. "So what would you like to do today?" he asked as he continued cooking.
Don't you have to work on your book?
"Yeah, I should, but I would much rather do something with you." He looked over his shoulder at her and winked. "I think you should do some work, and while you're doing that, it'll give me a chance to catch up on my reading. I brought half a dozen books with me to read, and you haven't given me a chance to read any of them." "I guess you're right. It's just so lonely over there in my cabin by myself." She took a sip of her coffee and thought about what he had said. "You could bring your work over here and do it, that is, if you want to." He turned around to look at her. "I would like that very much, but there is one little problem." "What would that be?" "You're so damn beautiful, and you look so sexy in whatever you wear, it might be a distraction." She giggled. "What if I promised to wear something really ugly and baggy? I could wear your jogging pants and your sweatshirt and have my hair in a messy bun." He dished out the food and brought the 2 plates over to the table and sat them down. "Just hearing what you said you were going to wear has actually turned me on. But I will try to keep my eyes off you, and that way maybe I can get some work done." She rolled her eyes at him. "How could you get turned on by me wearing something like that?" "It wouldn't matter what you wore. You would still turn me on," he said, sitting down to eat. "Well, if it helps, I'm going to go into town and pick up a few things." "I'll go with you." "No, you stay here and get some work done. Besides, I'm not going to be that long, and I can get things done quicker without you hovering over me." "Are you getting sick of me already?" he asked, putting on a hurt look on his face. "Oh, shut up," she said, shaking her head at him. The reason she didn't want him to go was she wanted to pick him up a Christmas gift, and she couldn't very well do it with him around. She went into town and walked into the store that had the gift she wanted. It was a pen set, and she asked if they could get it engraved for her. The man behind the jewelry store gave her a warm smile and said that he could do it for her and have it ready in a couple of days. So paying him for the gifts, she said she'd be back for it and then left the store. She then went over to the grocery store and picked up some supplies, and she let Katie know that they would bring the cookies with them when they came to the festival. Dylan was sitting in front of his computer typing away when she walked in. He got up immediately and took the 2 bags from her arms. This was a lot for you to carry. You should have let me go with you. It's not that much, just a few things to make for our dinner and a bottle of wine, she said, taking off her coat and boots. Over dinner that night they talked and got to know each other a little better. Do you have any siblings? He asked in between bites. No, after I was born my mother got an infection which made her sterile. I think it would have been nice to have a brother or sister. It can be so lonely being an only child. That's why if and when I have any children I want more than one. It was her turn to ask him the same question. How about you? I had a sister. She was 5 years younger than myself. Had? He looked over at her and sadness filled his heart. When she was 5 years old, she was riding her tricycle when a car came roaring around the corner and hit her. She died 1 week later from her injuries. She placed her hand over his. Dylan, I'm so sorry. I can't imagine what you and your parents must have gone through. My parents were devastated. It took them years to get over it. I suffered the loss of my sister and later my parents. But I guess that's life, and we just have to pick ourselves up and move ahead. I still have my memories of them, and they are all good memories. She listened as he told her about the different types of jobs he had had over the years, the people he met, and some of his plans for the future. He was going to continue writing biographies of people who went through hardships. He told her that there were so many people out there that had survived some of the worst disasters that life threw at them. She in return told him about her childhood growing up, the friend she had met, and the college she attended. I had always wanted to become a lawyer. Then why didn't you? I don't know. I just didn't have the confidence to do it. It's too late now anyways, and I do make a pretty good living as a secretary. I think you should go back and get your degree. I bet you would make a fantastic lawyer. She was touched by how he believed in her. When she mentioned it to Andrew, he told her she was being silly and could never be a lawyer. He said she was lucky to be a secretary. Now that she thinks about it, he was always making her feel stupid, and that all she was good for was being a secretary and someone's wife. When they were done eating, he helped her do up the dishes and poured them each a glass of wine, and then they went and sat in front of the fireplace. I really wish this holiday would last longer. Soon I'll be going back to New York, and you'll be going back to Boston. It made her sad to think that she would not be seeing him again once they left here. You know, it's only a little over an hour by plane from where I live to New York. It's not that far of a commute. Perhaps we could see each other when we're not busy. She looked at him and knew it was impossible, not with his busy schedule of working part-time and working on his book. We'll see, she said, not wanting to give him any false hope. He also didn't want to think of their time together ending. Taking the glass from her hand, he placed it on the table. Taking her hand in his, he led her into the bedroom, where they spent the rest of the night making love. Chapter 9. It was the day of the winter festival. The town was buzzing with excitement. Dylan went into town to help the men set up the booths. Lights were strung up. The skating area was ready for the many skaters who would be using it later on. Scout stayed behind and wrapped the gifts she had bought for him and hid them way back in the closet. Something smells amazing, he said when he returned and entered the cabin. I'm in the kitchen, she calls out. Going into the kitchen, he checked her out. She was wearing tight jeans and a cute blue top. What are you making? He asked, but was more interested in the way she looked. Roasted chicken, mashed potatoes and carrots. It's almost ready, she said, turning to look at him. You might want to clean up a little. He looked at his hands, which were dirty and down to the dirt on his pants. I'll take a quick shower. Care to join me? No, as you can see, I'm a little busy at the moment. Go on now. We don't want to be late for the festival. Katie wants us there early to drop off the cookies. When he came back 20 minutes later, she was just getting ready to dish out the food. Her stomach had butterflies dancing when she saw he was shirtless. His hair was still wet and droplets of water dripped down onto his chest. She had to turn away so that he wouldn't see the desire in her eyes. God, why did he have to come to the dinner table with no shirt on? Doesn't he know what it does to me? After dinner, she put the containers of cookies into a shopping bag, and they headed out. Being a gentleman, he carried the bag. When they got into town, they went straight to the store to give Katie the cookies. She and her husband were dressed up as Mr. and Mrs. Santa Claus.
You two look so adorable,
Scout said, handing them the bag. Thank you, sweetheart. We dress up every year, and my husband gives out gifts to all the boys and girls after the parade. Why don't you two go and enjoy the market? They are serving free hot cocoa and cider. They strolled through the market where they enjoyed the hot cider, wishing Merry Christmas to everyone they met. He bought them both another Santa hat, and putting his on, he made her do the same. He loved seeing her so happy and enjoying herself. He watched as she talked to the children and stopped to pet any dogs that passed them. Then when the small parade started, they stood back to watch it, and then Santa gave out the gifts. When that was over, they decided to go skating, borrowing the skates that were there for people who didn't have any. She was an awesome skater, but he had trouble keeping his balance. She started laughing when he fell and landed on his rear end. He sat there looking up at her. Oh, so you think this funny, do you? She nodded her head. As a matter of fact, I do. Here I was thinking you were a man who could do anything. It's good to see you're not perfect. Do you need help getting up? She asked, holding out her hand for him to take. Big mistake on her part, she realized when he grabbed her hand and pulled her down where she landed on top of him. They stared into each other's eyes for several minutes before she got off him. People are starting to stare. Getting up, he smiled at her. What would you like to do now? Go home or over to the bar and have a couple of drinks? He was hoping she would say go home. He was dying to undress her so that he could ravish her body. I'm having way too much fun and don't feel like leaving. Let's go to the bar. So they headed over to the bar, where they found an empty booth and sat down. What's your pleasure? Wine, beer, or something stronger? He asked. Why don't we live dangerously? Beer and tequila shots. He looked back at her and raised an eyebrow. Tequila shots, are you sure? I mean, that's pretty strong, and I haven't seen you drink anything stronger than beer or wine. What's the matter? Are you afraid I'll drink you under the table? She said, grinning wickedly at him. He shook his head and laughed at her. Oh, doll, there's no way you can outdrink me. I'll still be sober when you're drunk and falling down. He waved the waitress over and ordered the beers and 6 shots of tequila. She took a swig of her beer, lifted her glass of tequila, tilted her head back, and swallowed her shot. Wiping her mouth with the back of her hand, she grinned at him. What are you waiting for? Are you chicken? Grinning back, he did the same. Why don't we make this interesting?
How so?
Let's see who can handle their alcohol better. What does the winner get? She asked, taking another swallow of her beer. She already knew what she wanted if she were to win. What would you want? He asked, staring back at her. She licked her lips before answering. 2 things. The first one is I want you to cook dinner for us tomorrow night. I can do that. Oh, but you must do it in the nude. He wiped his lip with his thumb. I can do that, and what is the second thing? You go down on me. He smirked. Don't I always? Yes, but just go down on me, no cock. That might prove to be difficult since I like how it feels having my cock inside you. Now it's my turn. When I win, and I will, I want you to stay naked the whole day, no bra and panties. You will let me have my way with you on the table, counter, floor, and wherever I want you. She raised her glass and smiled. You're on. Either way, I win. Me too, he said, handing her another shot. After another round of beer and shots, he asked her for a dance. Holding her close, he whispered in her ear, When I win, I can't wait to take you home and collect on the bet. What makes you think you'll win? I always win, he said, pulling her in closer. I just hope I can wait until I get you home. I just might have to take you out back, pull down your pants, bend you over and fuck you real hard. He felt her nipples getting hard against his chest and knew she was getting turned on by his dirty talk. Hearing him talk this way got her panties wet and her core throbbing. She was about to answer when a man walked over and asked if he could cut in. She looked at Dylan for permission, and when he told her it was up to her, she accepted the man's request. He went and sat down and watched. He ordered another round of drinks for them. When he noticed that the man had moved his hand down, resting it on her as he felt the blood in his veins boiling, he gave the man a minute to remove his hand, and when he didn't, he got up and went over to them, giving the guy a shove, breaking them apart. The guy was shocked and held up his hands. "What's your problem?" he asked, slurring his words. "You're dancing with my girl, and you have the nerve to touch her as." "Sorry, man, I didn't mean anything," he said and staggered away. Dylan, was that really necessary? Not answering, he took her hand and walked with her back over to their table. He was angry, or jealous was more like it. "I didn't like the way he was touching you. Did you not feel his hand on your ass?" "I guess I didn't notice." She grabbed a hold of his hand. "We're having such a good time, let's not spoil it. I kind of like this jealous side of you and the way you called me your girl. Now for our bet," she said, picking up 2 glasses of the tequila. She handed him one. When she saw the smile cross his face, she knew he was no longer angry. After finishing off a few more rounds, she was getting wasted. Dylan smirked to himself. He knew he had won this bet. Now all he had to do was get her home, put her to bed and wait until she was feeling up to fulfilling her part of the deal. She was swaying back and forth in her seat, and with her vision blurry, she reached under the table and placed her hand over his crotch. "Do you know what I want right now?" "What's that?" he asked, feeling his member getting hard. "I want you to do what you said you wanted to. Take me out back, bend me over, and fuck me real hard." Oh man, he couldn't believe she remembered and wanted him to do it. But seeing where they were and how drunk she was, he just couldn't do it. "I think it's time to get you home." He waved the waitress over and paid their tab. As they were walking home, she was pissed that he didn't do what she wanted and tried walking ahead of him. "I should have known you were all talk and no action. I never take advantage of a drunk woman, and you, my dear, are wasted, which means I won the bet." "Screw you," she said, pouting, and then she fell down. Looking up at him, she snapped. "I think you weren't playing fair. You made sure I was drinking more than you cheated." He went over and squatted beside her. "You're wrong. We drank drink for drink, and I'm drunk too, but not near as much as you. Now, can you walk or should I carry you?" When she tried to stand, she ended up falling down again, so he ended up carrying her in his arms. As soon as they got inside the cabin and took off their coats and boots, she started removing all of her clothes and stood in front of him naked as the day she was born. His eyes widened and his cock grew hard. "Scout, what are you doing? You won the bet, so I'm giving you what you want. Now fuck me, right here and right now," she said, putting her arms around his neck as she pressed her body up against his. She was so beautiful naked, and as much as he was tempted, he wasn't going to make love to her until they were both sober. But when she started kissing his neck, moving up to nibble on his earlobe, he let out a moan. How was he supposed to refuse her when she was making him so damn horny? He picked her up and felt her legs wrapping around his waist. His lips came down hard on hers. Pinning her up against the wall, he released her mouth and ran his lips over her neck, sucking lightly as he used one hand to pull down the zipper on his pants. Before he had the chance to take his cock out, he heard the sound of her soft snores as her legs fell from his waist. He picked her up bridal style and carried her to the bedroom and laid her down. He covered her with the blanket and, undressing, got in beside her. He lay there watching her sleep, knowing she was going to be hungover the next day. He was sure that he was falling in love with her and knew he had to tell her the truth as to why he was here in the first place. Chapter 10. He was the first one to wake up. Leaning over, he kissed her cheek. She mumbled something so knowing she would be hungover. He got out of bed and headed to the kitchen to put on a pot of coffee. He then ran the cold water from the faucet and filled up a glass. When he heard her footsteps, he turned around and almost dropped the glass when he saw her walk in, butt naked. "Scout, you're naked." Not that he minded seeing her this way, but needless to say he was shocked. She walked to him, took the glass from his hand and drank the water. "Well, I lost the bet, so I'm fulfilling my part of the deal. You did say I was to be naked all day so that you could have your way with me whenever you wanted." His eyes went to her breasts and his cock instantly grew hard. "I know, it's just that I wasn't expecting it today. You must be hungover." "I am, but a bet is a bet." He removed his shirt and placed it on her. "I'd rather wait until you're feeling better so that we can both enjoy what I plan on doing to you. Now sit down and I'll pour you some coffee." He reached for a mug and poured the coffee into it, taking it over to her. Even though her face was pale, her eyes bloodshot, and her hair a mess, he still thought she was the most beautiful woman he had ever met. "Thanks," she said, reaching for the cup. "I really got plastered last night. I'm never going to do that again." "You should go back to bed for a while, sleep it off. I want you to be refreshed for tonight when we go to town to see them light up the other trees in the park. You drank just as much as I did, so why aren't you hungover?"
I don't know. I guess I can handle my alcohol better than you can.
She got up, poured herself another cup. "I think I will go lie down. What are you going to do? I don't want you to get bored or feel like I'm neglecting you." "I'll be fine. I have to finish writing my next chapter." It was past noon when she woke up feeling better, so she took a hot shower. Putting on his shirt, she went out into the other room, where she found him busy working on his laptop. "I'm feeling much better now, except I'm starving. I'll go make us something to eat." His eyes roamed over her from head to toe as he nodded. He tried his best to concentrate on his work, but his thoughts kept going to Scout. He was curious whether or not she was wearing panties. Closing his laptop, he walked into the kitchen, and with her back to him, he snuck up behind her. "I was wondering if you have panties on," he said, putting his hand under the shirt and starting to breathe heavily when he found she wasn't wearing any. Putting the knife down, she closed her eyes and let out a moan when his hand went between her legs and his 2 fingers entered her, thrusting them in and out. His other hand gripped a handful of her hair and gently pulled her head back, kissing the side of her neck. His fingers stopped stroking her, much to her dismay. But then she heard the sound of his zipper being pulled down, and she grew wetter with excitement. He bent her over, his foot gently kicking her legs further apart as he entered her from behind. His warm breath fanned the back of her neck as he started thrusting faster inside her, causing her to call out his name in a whispery. Finding her with no panties, he placed 2 of his fingers inside her. She was so wet. He bent her over the counter. Seeing her beautiful SXY as staring him in the face got him so horny and couldn't wait any longer to be inside her. He fondled her as for a moment before leaning over to suck on her neck as he slid his hard cock inside her. When he started thrusting faster, he straightened up, grabbed her hips and rode her hard. He stayed in that position until he got his breathing under control. Then he pulled out and lowered her shirt, pulled up his pant before turning her around. He pulled her into his arms, crushing her body against his as he savagely kissed her. She looked into his eyes when he finally stopped kissing her. "Oh wow, you sure know how to surprise me. I've never had anyone do that to me. I was scared at first. I thought you were going to poke that thing where it didn't belong." He laughed. She was so naive when it came to sex. He had to wonder what kind of a lazy lover her ex was. "I wouldn't do that to you or anyone, but entering your vagina from the back can be very sexually arousing. It hits a spot where the other way doesn't. Well, not as good anyways." She placed her hands on his bare chest. "I liked it a lot. Now let me finish making our lunch. You go wash your hands, and then you can help me." She looked at him, biting her bottom lip. "You're not going to make me go naked the rest of the day, are you?"
No, not as long as you just wear my shirt and don't put on any panties. I still plan on taking you a few more times before we go out tonight.
Over a late lunch, she looked at him. "When I came here, I didn't want anything to do with Christmas. I hated it and never thought I could be happy again. But because of you, I'm once again in love with this holiday. This has been the best Christmas of my whole life, so I want to thank you for making me forget my pain." His conscience was weighing on his mind. He wanted to tell her the truth. But looking at how happy she was, he couldn't bring himself to break her heart, which he knew it would. I'm glad I came here and met you. No matter what happens, I want you to know I think you are an amazing woman. You deserve to be happy."
A cold chill ran down her spine. It felt like he was trying to warn her about something. Is something bothering you? Then a horrible thought came to her mind, and she jumped out of her chair. Oh my God, are you trying to tell me you have a girlfriend, or maybe a wife?
He jumped to his feet and went to stand in front of her, cupping her face in his hands. No, I don't have a girlfriend or a wife." "Then what are you keeping from me?" she asked as a tear slid down her cheek. "Just that I don't know what's going to happen after we leave here." He wiped the tear from her face. Leaning down, he placed his lips on hers. When she kissed him back, he picked her up and carried her to the bedroom and laid her down, getting on top. "It's tearing me apart not knowing what the future holds for us." She too felt the sadness, putting her hands behind his head and whispered, "Make love to me." Later that night, they made their way into town. It was Christmas Eve, and everyone was in the Christmas spirit. The snow was falling, children were running around laughing, and last-minute shoppers were racing around before the stores closed. Dylan had his arm around Scout's waist as they watched all the trees in the park lighting up. He watched as her face lit up and snowflakes fell on her face, one landing on her nose before melting. Right then he decided to tell her the truth about why he was really here, but he wanted to wait until the day after Christmas. He was hoping that she would listen to everything he had to say. He wanted to tell her how he was falling in love with her, and hoped that she would give him a second chance. When the kids got into a snowball fight, Dylan joined in and encouraged her to do the same. Then everyone joined in and started making a snowman. It was a fun night, ending with candy canes being handed out, and once the children were taken home, the remaining adults went over to the bar to have a drink. Some had hot chocolate instead. Not wanting any more alcohol after what she consumed the day before, Scout went for the hot chocolate, while Dylan had a shot of whiskey. Later, when they headed back to the cabin, she jumped on his back and let him carry her home, laughing as they sang Christmas songs. She started laughing when he sang out of tune.
"What's so funny?"
he asked her. "You might have a lot of talent, but singing is not one of them." He shook her off his back, causing her to land on the ground in the snow. He got on top and pinned her hands above her head. "So you don't like my singing, eh?" "No," she giggled, trying to free herself. "So what are my other talents?" She smiled as she looked up at him. "You're a good writer." "What else?" "You know how to cook and clean up after yourself."
"What else?"
he asked again. He was waiting for a specific answer. "Dylan, please let me up. It's cold here in the snow." "I'll let you up when you give me the right answer." She rolled her eyes at him. She knew exactly what he wanted to hear, but was having fun teasing him. "You're really good at decorating a tree and making Christmas cookies." When he released his hands from her wrist and she saw him scoop up a handful of snow, she knew what he was planning on doing. "Okay, your best talent is making love. You really know how to make a woman feel alive." "That's what I was waiting to hear," he said, leaning down to kiss her before letting her get up. They headed inside and took off their coat and boots. Since she was freezing from being in the snow, she asked him to light a fire in the fireplace. She then went and made them some tea, bringing it back out just as the fire started warming the cabin up. Sitting side by side on the floor with their cup of tea, they watched the fire as they drank their tea. "I can't believe it's Christmas Eve already," she said, resting her head on his shoulder. He put his arm around her, resting his chin on the top of her head. "I had a lot of fun tonight, but those kids have worn me out."
You're really good with children. Do you think that someday you might have some of your own?
"Yes, I would love a house full and see their faces on Christmas morning when they wake up and find their presents under the tree. How about you? Do you want kids someday?" "Yes, someday I do." He took the cup from her hand and placed it down. He then turned to her and gently laid her down, getting on top of her. "Now just what do you think you're doing?" she asked. But judging from the hard bulge inside his pants that was pressed against her, she knew exactly what he was thinking of doing. "It's midnight, which makes it Christmas, so it's time for some Christmas delight," he replied, his lips coming down on top of hers. He slowly removed her clothes and smiled at her, touching her legs with his fingers and then planting soft kisses on them. "Damn, I love your legs. Let's say your left leg is Thanksgiving, your right leg is Christmas. I'm about to visit between the holidays." She let out a squeal when he placed his mouth between her legs and gave her the most amazing orgasm she had ever experienced. They ended up falling asleep on the carpet in front of the fireplace, snuggled in each other's arms. Chapter 11. He woke up in the middle of the night, feeling stiff and sore from sleeping on the floor. The fire had gone out, and the only thing keeping him warm was her body cradled in his arms. Putting his arm under her knees, the other one around her waist, he lifted her up and carried her to bed. She didn't wake, only mumbled something under her breath and wrapped her arms around his neck, resting her head on his shoulder. Getting her into bed, he climbed in next to her, pulling the blanket over them. He liked how she snuggled into him, so he wrapped his arms around her, kissing her softly on top of her head before falling back to sleep. She woke up first. Seeing he was in a deep sleep, she slipped quietly out of bed and went to take a shower. The sex last night was out of this world and her body ached. She could still feel what it was like when he took her for the third time. It would have been 4 times, but she had to say no. Getting out of the shower, she could smell the coffee brewing, so she threw on a pair of jeans and a tank top and headed into the other room. Before she could reach the living room, he appeared in front of her, holding out a mug full of coffee and handing it to her. "Merry Christmas, beautiful," he said, leaning in to kiss her. "Merry Christmas," she said back to him, returning the kiss. "Come with me, I have a surprise for you," he said. Taking her free hand, he led her into the living room. Her mouth dropped open when she saw the gifts under the tree. "Dylan, what's going on? What are these gifts doing here?" "Santa brought them." "Who are they for?" "For you, silly." He walked her over to the tree and had her sit down next to him. "I wanted you to have a happy Christmas. Are you ready to open them?" She looked at him, tearing up. "You shouldn't have." She couldn't believe he had done this. Andrew never bought her gifts, not for Christmas or for her birthday. He always said he didn't need to buy gifts to show her how much he loved her. "I wanted to, here, open this one," he said, handing her one gift after another. She ripped into the first one and smiled. It was a box of chocolates that she had seen at the chocolate factory. The others were perfume, a cashmere scarf, a sweater, and SXY lingerie. She was in tears. It was the best Christmas ever. "Dylan, this was all so sweet of you. Thank you so much. I love everything you bought me."
Wait, there's one more gift hidden in the tree, he said. Reaching over, he pulled out a small box and handed it to her.
She shook her head, looking into his eyes. "You got me too much already. This is special. Go ahead, open it." Her hand shook. She knew it was some type of jewelry and gasped when she saw the beautiful necklace with a stone in her favorite color. "Oh my God, it's so beautiful and I love it." "I'm so glad you love it. I knew blue was your favorite color. Here, let me put it on you," he said, taking it from her trembling fingers, placed it around her neck. I have something for you too, wait here, she said. Getting up, she ran into the bedroom and opened the closet. She came back with 2 wrapped gifts and sat next to him. I hope you like them. Scout, you didn't have to do this.
I know, I wanted to. Now open them.
He opened the one that had a gold pen with his name engraved on it. He looked at her and held it up. I love it. She smiled at him. I figured once your book gets published and you had to sign some copies to your fan that this would come in handy. I'm glad you like it. Now open the other one. He unwrapped the other one, which was a watch. A smile crossed his face. How did you know I needed a new watch? You left it on the nightstand, and when I looked at it to check the time, I saw the crack in the glass, and it was running slow. So I thought you could use a new one. She played with the stone on her necklace. Thank you for the gifts and for this necklace. Didn't your ex ever buy you jewelry? Only the engagement ring. He never bought me Christmas or birthday gifts. He said it was a waste of money, that he didn't have to buy my love. Sounds to me like the guy was a cheap bastard. Not wanting to talk about Andrew, she changed the subject. Katie invited us to Christmas dinner. I told her I'd have to ask you first. Let's go, he said, moving his hand up and down her leg.
Really? You really want to go?
Hell yeah, she and her husband are nice people, and I like them. He smiled at her, showing off his dimples. Then when we come back, maybe you'll wear that little outfit I bought you. I got some weird looks from the female clerk when I paid for it. She lay down on her back and smiled, loving the feel of his hand on her leg. I might if you're good. He took advantage of her laying down and climbed over the top of her. He liked the way she was looking at him, her arms going around him. Are you sure your name is Scout and not Jingle Bells? She laughed, knowing this had to be one of his lame jokes. Why do you ask? Because you look like you're ready to go all the way, he replied, lowering his head to kiss her. Oh yes, she was definitely ready to go all the way when her hand unzipped his jeans, pulling out his shaft. Later that night, they headed over to Katie's place with a bottle of wine and were greeted by her family and grandchildren. Scout was handed a glass of wine and Dylan had a beer and stood with the men talking. Katie walked over to Scout, who was watching him playing a board game with the 3 young children. He's so good with children, she said, smiling. Katie, you have a lovely home. Thank you, and I'm glad you came, and it's good to see you smiling. When you first came into town, you looked so sad, and I knew that some man broke your heart. How could you know it was a man? Oh, honey, it's always about a man. But seeing you with Dylan and the way you 2 are together, I can see the love growing between you both. Sometimes we have to kiss a few frogs before we find our prince. So whatever happened between you and that other man was a blessing. Now you met someone who makes you happy. Scout looked over at Dylan. He's unlike any man I've ever known. But after New Year, I'll be going back to New York and his home is in Boston. We'll probably never see each other again. Boston's not that far from where you live. That's what he said too. I don't know, we've only just met, and this could just be a fling for him. I can't go through another heartbreak. The way he looks at you, it's not a fling. Come help me dish out the food. If I don't feed this crowd soon, I'll have a riot on my hands. She had her daughters help too, and soon everyone was sitting down to a turkey dinner. Dylan was sitting beside Scout. He kept putting his hand on her leg, stroking it with his thumb. A smile crossed his face when he moved up and got a dirty look from her. Even though she might have looked angry at what he was doing, and judging by how her face turned a light shade of red, he knew he was making her wet. He removed his hand and started talking to Katie's husband as he ate. After dinner, they all sat around in the living room. The children were allowed to open one gift before being sent to bed. Scout was standing by the tree, admiring one of the Christmas ornaments when Dylan walked over to her. It's a beautiful tree, he said, looking at the way she was smiling. Yes, reminds me of the ones my family put up every year. I wish my parents were home for Christmas. When are they returning from their holiday? New Year's Eve. They both turned when they heard one of the guests calling them and pointed to the mistletoe that was directly above their heads. It's tradition to kiss the person you're under it with. He put his hands on her shoulders and looked into her eyes. You heard her, he said. Leaning closer, he kissed her. Her lips tasted so good, and he forgot that they were surrounded by other people. But then she put her hands on his chest to stop him. Her face had turned red. He turned to look at the others who were snickering and gave them a big smile. Come on, guys, look at her. Can you blame me? Later, as they were walking home, he sensed she was a bit upset with him. He got in front of her, stopping her from walking away from him. Scout, are you upset with me? Can you blame me? At dinner, you put your hand on my leg, and if I hadn't stopped you, you would have gone, well, you know where. Then that kiss you gave me while Katie's whole family was watching embarrassed me. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that at the dinner table or in someone's house. As far as the kiss goes, I couldn't help myself. Kissing your lips is like a drug to me. I can't get enough of them. Please, tell me you forgive me. When he flashed that SXY smile of his, showing off those dimples, she couldn't stay mad. Okay, I forgive you. With a smile on his face, he took her hand and held it all the way back to the cabin. By the time they got home, she was freezing and asked him to make them some hot chocolate while she changed into something more comfortable. He was done making it when he heard her enter the kitchen. Turning to look at her, his jaw fell open and he started to drool. He was pleased to see she had put on the outfit he bought for her. I thought I would try it on since you gave it to me for Christmas. How does it look on me? She knew right away that he liked it when she saw the bulge growing inside his pants. It got her wondering if it hurt a guy much when that happens. He could hardly get the words out. Wow, you look so fucking hot. She walked up to him, picked up her mug and smiled. Good, it's ready. Maybe this will warm me up. He kept staring at her breasts. He was so turned on and wanted to rip the outfit off her and devour every inch of her body. He took the mug from her hand and placed it back on the counter. I can think of a better way to warm you up. She squealed when he picked her up and carried her to the bedroom, where he slowly started undressing her, kissing the area that the material covered one by one. Chapter 12. When he woke up and saw her next to him, the sheet covering her partially naked body, he got horny again. To wake her up, he climbed on top and started kissing her neck, moving down to her breasts. He felt her stirring and a little moan escaped her lips. His hand went between her legs, stroking her pussy. Dylan, she moaned his name softly. SHH, let me taste every inch of your SXY, hot body. She let out a squeal when his lips moved down and between her legs, tasting what was between her sweet folds, his tongue caressing her clit, sucking it into his mouth. Just as he was about to have his early morning snack, there was a loud banging at the front door. He sat up and swore. Now, who the fuck can that be at this time of the morning? She just had to laugh at the look of frustration that crossed his face. You better go see who it is. Hurry back before the gate closes. Getting out of bed, he looked back at her with a smile on his face as he put on his pants, doing up the zipper, but not bothering to do up the belt. Don't worry, baby. If it's closed when I get back, I'll just open it again. He went out to the front door, shirtless, and he opened the door. A well-dressed man in his early 30s was standing there, and he did not look pleased to see him. Yeah, what do you want? I'm looking for Scout Lewis. Perhaps I have the wrong cabin, he said, seeing that the guy before him was partially undressed. Dylan did not like the looks of the guy. He had a bad feeling. No, you've got the right cabin, he said in a harsh tone. Who the hell are you, and what are you doing here? The stranger asked him. Never mind who I am. Who the hell are you? Andrew Harris. I'm Scout's fiancé. Now it's your turn. Who the hell are you, and what are you doing in her cabin? Before he could answer Andrew, they both turned their heads when they saw her walking towards them, wearing one of Dylan's shirts. She was laying in bed wondering what was taking him so long to come back when she heard voices, and they sounded angry. So getting up, she grabbed the first thing she saw, which was his shirt. Putting it on, she went to see who was at the front door. It came as a big shock to see Andrew. Feeling a little awkward standing there in only a man's shirt, and the way Andrew's eyes moved up and down her body, she crossed her arms over her chest. "Andrew, what are you doing here?" Pushing past Dylan, he went over to her. "Scout, I didn't expect to find you here with another man." She backed up a little. "What I do is none of your business, so why are you here and not with the tramp that's carrying your child? You're one to call another woman a tramp when you're here laying on your back for another man to fuck you. Boy, have you changed. You've turned into a slut." Hearing what Andrew said to her, Dylan rushed over and punched him in the face, causing him to fall to the ground. "Never talk to her like that." Andrew wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and glared at her. "So how long has this been going on behind my back?" he said, getting to his feet. "Just tell me why you're here," she snapped at him. Dylan didn't like the way he was looking at her body, so he stepped in front of her. Placing his hands on her shoulders, he looked into her eyes. "Go put some clothes on, please." When she left to do as he requested, he turned back to Andrew. "If you do anything to hurt her or call her names, I'll do worse than punch you. I'll break your goddamn neck." Andrew removed his coat and placed it over the chair. "I don't know who you are, and I don't care. I'm here to get Scout back, and there is nothing you can do to stop me. She and I have a long history together." "Yeah, right. You've been cheating on her behind her back and got your mistress pregnant. You broke off your engagement to her, and now you expect her to come back to you. If you think that, then you are delusional. So I suggest you turn around and go back where you came from." She came back a few minutes later wearing jeans and a pullover top, carrying a shirt for Dylan and handing it to him. "Whatever you have to say to me, you can forget it. You said it all the day you told me about you and Janet. Please, give me 10 minutes to explain." He looked over at Dylan and raised his eyebrow. "You can leave." He shook his head and smirked. "No way in hell. I'm leaving her here alone with you." She could tell by the look on Dylan's face that he was getting ready to punch Andrew again. Not wanting any violence, she turned to him. "It's okay. I'll be all right." He could feel his blood boiling when he saw the evil smirk on Andrew's face when she said that to him, thinking that he had won. "I'm not leaving the cabin. I'll go into the kitchen and make some coffee for you and me, but not for him." As he went past the other guy, he gave him a warning look not to try anything with her. "Where the hell did you find him?" he asked her when Dylan left the room. "Never mind about him. Tell me why you're here, and you've only got 10 minutes, and then I want you to leave." "I'm here to tell you how sorry I am that I hurt you, and that I want you back because I love you. I've never stopped loving you. I didn't realize how lucky I was to have you until you walked out on me. It broke my heart, and as hard as I've tried, I can't get over you." "Walked out on you? Are you insane? It was you that said you couldn't marry me because you were marrying Janet, that you had been having an affair with her for half a year, and you got her pregnant, and now you come back here thinking I will fall back into your arms. I can't marry her because it's you I love. I made a horrible mistake, and I need you to forgive me. I give you my word that I will never betray you again, and I will spend the rest of my life making it up to you. I know you love me. Give us a second chance. I'm even willing to forgive you for sleeping with that man. We can start over fresh." "You'll forgive me," she said, scoffing. "So what about Janet's baby? Are you just going to leave her to support your baby on her own?" He sat his as on the arm of the sofa, running his fingers through his hair as he tried to figure out the right words to say. "It turns out the baby is not mine, so I'm free to be with you." She rubbed her forehead. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. Oh, so just because she's not pregnant with your baby, even though you've been sleeping with her for the last 6 months, you expect me to forgive you and go back to you as if nothing had happened. He got up and walked over to her. I know it's not going to be easy, and it will take time for me to earn your trust. But we can do this. You and I belong together. You're mine, and you always will be. You arrogant bastard, there's no way in hell I would ever go back to you. I thought I loved you, but guess what? I realize now that I was never truly and deeply in love with you. So I will thank you for what you did. You opened my eyes to what kind of a man you are. Now get out and go back home and find someone else, because I can't stand to look at you for another moment. He reached out and grabbed her arm, giving her a hard shake. No woman talks to me this way, not even you. Now here's how it's going to go down. You and I are getting back together, and we're getting married, and you will behave yourself. If I ever catch you cheating on me again, I will kill you. Get your hands off of me. You belong to me. Now you tell that prick in the kitchen to take a hike, and then you and I will go into that bedroom, and I will fuck your brains out. I know how much you enjoy having me inside you, and how wet I get you. She struggled to break free. You got to be kidding me. You were a horrible and selfish lover. You told me that I was too boring for you in bed. The truth is you were the one that was boring. I know that now that I've had a real man.
You fucking slut,
he said as he raised his hand to strike her, but was stopped when Dylan grabbed a hold of his wrist and once again punched him in the mouth. I warned you not to hurt her. He turned to face her with a worried look on his face. Are you okay? Her whole body was shaking. Looking into Andrew's eyes, she was overwhelmed with fear. I'm okay, she said, feeling protected when he put his arm around her. Oh, how sweet, Andrew said with sarcasm. She turned her head to look at him, feeling brave with Dylan's arm around her. Get out and go home. I'm not going anywhere. I paid for this cabin, so I'm staying here until the lease is up. So be a good girl and get rid of this prick and make us a cup of coffee. They both looked at him as if he had lost his mind. You can't for 1 minute think that you're going to stay here with us. Not with him, just you and me. There's no way in hell I'm staying here with you. Dylan turned her around to face him. You can stay with me. Go pack your things. I'll wait right here for you. She nodded her head and headed into the bedroom to start packing, leaving the two men alone together. Enjoy yourself while you can, because when it's time to leave, she will be coming home with me. He looked at the smirk on Andrew's face and was desperately wanting to wipe it off him. I wouldn't count on that if I were you. Looking at him, he couldn't for the life of him figure out what Scout had seen in him. He was arrogant, obviously thought that women were beneath him, and seeing how he was about to slap her, he knew the man was violent towards women. When she came from the bedroom with her bags, she went right over to Dylan. I think I got everything. Well, except for the food.
That's okay.
I've got plenty in my cabin. Scout, Andrew barked. Think about what you're doing. You don't know anything about this man, except for what he might have told you, which could all be lies. She stared at him, hating him even more than before. I know he's not you, and that's good enough for me. You might as well leave because I will never go back to you. Go home to your tramp or whoever else you may be sleeping with. As they were walking out the door, Andrew shouted out, You'll both be sorry for this. The moment they were gone, he reached into his pocket and took out his phone. He dialed a number and waited for someone to answer. It's me, Andrew. I want you to do a check on Dylan Sharp from Boston and get back to me right away. I don't care if it's the holidays, just do it. It was lucky that Dylan had left a piece of paper behind with his address on it, which made it easy for him to have him checked out. Chapter 13. It was freezing when they entered his cabin, which was expected since he had been staying in hers. Seeing her shiver, he placed the bags down and kissed her cheek. Just give me a few minutes, and I'll have a fire going. I'm sorry it's not as nice a cabin as the other one, but it is quite cozy. Hopping from one foot to the other to try and keep warm, she looked over at him. It's still nice, just smaller. She went to the window and looked out at the cabin that had been hers. I can't believe he's staying. Neither can I, he answered, getting up after the fireplace was lit. How am I supposed to enjoy the rest of my stay with him in the next cabin? I have never seen him so angry before, and I'm worried about what he's going to do. She looked over at him. To you, that is. He walked over and put his arms around her from behind, closing the curtain so that she couldn't look out of it. What you're going to do is enjoy yourself and forget about him. I'm going to make sure you do have fun. She rested her head against him. I've made a decision.
Yeah, and what's that?
He asked, kissing the side of her neck. When I go back to New York, I'm quitting my job and looking for another one. There's no way I want to see him every day or Janet. He turned her around to face him. Let's go into town and go skiing, and later I'll treat you to lunch. Just because he's here doesn't mean we have to stay hidden inside. I even bet once he realizes that he can't intimidate us, he'll leave. I'd like that, but first let's have something to eat. It was close to noon when they headed out. She glanced over at the cabin and thought she had seen Andrew looking out at them. You did lock the door, right? He took her hand as they started walking. Yes, I don't need that man going in and destroying any of my work, even though I have it backed up on a stick. Having only just met the man, he knew that Andrew wasn't one to be trusted. They spent the day skiing, then later having a late lunch at the diner. He told her his publisher had already started getting the book rolling, just waiting for the final chapters before printing it and getting it onto the store shelves. Then there would be the book tour where he would have to go on and sign copies. That all sounds so exciting, she said, feeling happy for him. It is, and when things quiet down, I want to start interviewing the survivors of 9/11. There are so many people that have a story that needs to be told, ones that no one knows about. If things pick up as much as I think they will, I'll need to hire a personal assistant to help me with keeping notes and typing things out. I'm sure there are a lot of people that would love to take the job. He picked up his coffee cup, looking at her at the same time. I will need someone special, one who believes in me and the work I'm doing. He wanted to add that he wished it could be her, but he kept quiet. Thank you for getting me out of the cabin for the day. I had a lot of fun, and for a while, I forgot that Andrew was here. This has been the perfect vacation, up until today. It's not over yet. We still have a few days left, and I'll bet Andrew will get bored and leave soon. I think we should pick up a bottle of wine, go back to the cabin and light a fire. Then after we've had some wine, I'll let you rip off my clothes and jump my bones. She started giggling. What makes you think I want to jump your bones?
I can see it in your eyes, and right now you are picturing me naked. He saw her trying to hide a smile from him, and he enjoyed seeing her face turn red. Admit it, you want to see and feel my North Pole.
She looked at him, confused. What? She asked, scrunching up her eyebrows. Well, that's what Mrs. Claus calls it, he replied, winking at her. Oh my God, don't you ever quit? She asked, turning her head and rolling her eyes at him. But she still had to smile at his joke. Men have always used a nickname for their manhood, but this was a new one. Before heading home, they stopped to get a couple of bottles of wine. While they were discussing which one to get, Andrew showed up. He was carrying a bottle of scotch and stopped right next to them. He looked at what Dylan had in his hands. You better buy more if you expect her to open her legs wider for you. She always did become looser when she's had a few. Dylan started breathing heavily. Red started creeping up his neck. He was about to put down the wine, wanting desperately to punch the guy again, but Scout stopped him. Dylan, just ignore him and let's leave. With the wine in his hands, he glared at Andrew as they walked past him. You're lucky she stopped me, and if I ever see you when I'm alone, I'll make you regret what you just said about her. Oh, I'm shaking in my boots, Andrew said sarcastically as he watched them leave. Walking back to the cabin, she could tell he was still furious. You do know if you had punched him, he would have had you charged, and not to mention all the damage that could have happened due to your fighting. It would have been worth it. He had no right to talk about you like that. He just gets like that when he's angry, and especially when he loses. He knows that there is no way I would ever go back to him, and seeing us together make him furious. He knows I'm not like that, and I'm sure he didn't mean it. He stopped to look at her, his eyes holding a hint of anger. Why are you defending that man? Oh, please tell me you still don't have feelings for him. We were together for 2 years, and I thought I was in love with him, so of course, I still have some feelings. But not the ones you're thinking of. I'm not in love with him anymore, but we did have some good times.
Well,
He had a lot more fun than you did. He had his cake and ate it too. You don't have to keep rubbing it in my face. I was a fool and didn't see what was going on behind my back. You have no idea how that makes me feel. Scout, I'm sorry. I know you don't have those feelings anymore, and I realize that no matter how bad the relationship ended, and why it ended, there had to have been some good times. I just don't like when a man talks to a woman like that. It's disrespectful and cruel. Let's just forget about Andrew. You promised me that we could still have fun, even though he's here, so what do you have in mind for us? He smiled as they started walking once again. I have a few things in mind, but first I'm going to cook you a gourmet meal. Then later I'm going to pour us each a glass of wine, and then finish my chapters on my book. He laughed when he saw the look on her face, knowing she expected him to make love to her all night long, just like he said he was going to. Oh, were you expecting me to say that then I would make wild sex to you all night long? Her face turned red, and she looked away so that he wouldn't see. Oh my God, sometimes you can be so annoying, and no, that's not what I was expecting you to say. Yeah, right, he said, knowing she was lying. Well, he did make them a delicious meal and later lit a fire, pulled out his laptop, and started working. She went and poured them each a glass of wine, handing one to him. Grabbing her book, she sat on the sofa and tried to read, but she kept looking over at him. After an hour, she was bored and wanted some attention, so she yawned loudly to get his attention. It worked. Are you tired? He asked, looking over at her. A little, she replied. Then you should go to bed. I should warn you, though, it's a lot smaller than the one that was in your cabin. Will you be joining me?
later, I still have to finish this chapter.
I think I'll take a shower first, she said, wetting her lips, hoping he'd take the hint and join her. But all he did was nod, which ticked her off. You might as well sleep out here on the sofa since you're so busy with your work. A smirk appeared on his face when her back was to him as she walked away. Oh, how he enjoyed getting her riled up. He closed his laptop and followed her into the bathroom, pulling her into his arms. I thought you were busy.
I was, but the thought of you naked in the shower has awakened the beast inside my pants, he said, pulling her top over her head.
His mouth came down hard on hers in a kiss that had her moaning into his mouth as his hands roamed over her back. He unhooked her bra, and soon they were both naked. Turning on the shower, he pulled her in with him. You drive me mad with desire. I can't stop thinking or touching your body. You have put a spell on me. I crave you, all of you. When he put her up against the wall, she arched her neck when his lips started to explore, his hands caressing her breasts. Never had she experienced such sexual bliss. His hands brought her body to life. His lips sent a roaring fire between her legs, making her core throb. Then, when he lifted her up, she could feel his cock sliding inside her, filling her, and she let out a moan of pleasure when he started thrusting faster. For the moment, they were the only ones who existed in the world. No one else mattered. Meanwhile, in the other cabin, Andrew was on his third glass of scotch when his phone started ringing. Picking it up and seeing who it was, he answered right away. What have you got for me? Are you sure this information is correct? With a huge grin on his face, he felt this overwhelming sense of satisfaction. What he had found out about Dylan, and when he tells her who he really is, he knew she would drop him like a hot potato. He couldn't wait to see the look on Dylan's face when the secret was revealed. But he would wait until tomorrow to go over to tell her. First, he had to phone a guy he knew who would come to pick them up in his small plane. But for now, he would go out and celebrate his victory. Finishing his drink, he decided to go into town. He knew at the lodge there would be a lot of lonely women, some bored housewives who would be an easy mark to get into bed. He was right. Going to the bar, it didn't take him long to strike up a conversation with a woman whose husband left her for another female. After a few drinks and pretending that he cared about the pain she was in, they ended up going to her room and having sex. He used her for his own satisfaction, not caring if she was enjoying it or not. In his mind, that was the only thing women were good for, was to give him relief and to do what they were told. Chapter 14. He woke up energized. Their night of passionate lovemaking still lingered in his mind. She was the most amazing, sexual woman he had ever known, and he knew right then that he had fallen in love with her. He didn't want to wake her since she was in a deep sleep, but he couldn't help himself. Climbing over top of her, he latched onto her neck and started sucking, not enough to break the skin, just enough to wake her. He felt her hand stroking the stubble of hair on his face and heard her moaning softly. He lifted his head to look down at her. "Did I wake you?" "What do you think?" she asked, smiling back at him. "Scout, I'm crazy about you. I have never felt his way before, and I don't want it to end. Do you know what I want right now?" She giggled. She could feel how hard he was as his cock poked her. Let me guess. You want to get up and make me breakfast," she said, jokingly. "Wrong," he growled in a husky voice. "I want to make love to you. I want you squirming beneath me as you scream out my name. But before that, I am going to spread your legs and have myself a snack." Much later, as they lay in each other's arms, he asked her when she had to go back to New York. "I'll be leaving the day after New Year's," she answered, feeling sad their time was almost up. "When are you going back to Boston?" His heart was full of sorrow. He hated the thought of leaving her. "The same day, but I'm glad we will be spending New Year's Eve and the day together. I want to be the one who gives you that first New Year's kiss." She lay there in his arms, not saying anything because her heart was breaking. In the short time she had known him, she knew she had fallen in love with him. But he had his own life and was on his way to becoming famous. He would soon forget all about her. "There's no one else I would want to have my first kiss with to start off the new year." When hunger overtook their urge to stay in bed, they got up and made something to eat. Together they made pancakes, bacon and home freeze, drinking lots of orange juice and coffee. He watched as she took a bite of her pancake. His mind was running all over the place as he made a decision. "What would you say if I were to move to New York?" She looked at him with her mouth full, having to wait until she swallowed her food. "Why would you uproot like that?" Her heart was racing. Her hand began to shake. She couldn't believe he was being serious. "To be near you," he said, looking back at her. "I don't want things to end between us since I feel we could be a future together. So I have to ask you if you would like to keep seeing me. I won't rush you into anything, so if this was just a fling to you, please let me know now."
I'm not the type to have flings.
"I know. I just got out of a horrible relationship and am not ready to jump into another one." When she saw the look of hurt in his eyes, she reached over and grabbed his hand. "But I would like to keep seeing you as long as you don't try and pressure me into anything. We would have to take it slow, like date, and get to know each other better." "I can do that," he said, pulling her over and onto his lap. "I'll get my own place, but I plan on having you over a lot. Scout, I am falling in love with you." She cupped his face in her hands and stared deeply into his eyes. "I'm falling in love with you too." She kissed him. Her heart was full of happiness, and she was so glad she had come here and met the man of her dreams. one who treated her with respect and who was honest. He was nothing like Andrew, who didn't respect her enough to stay faithful. "So what should we do today?" he asked, kissing her neck. "Didn't you say you had to finish that one chapter today and send it to your publisher?" He growled, looking pissed off. "Damn it, I forgot all about that. Yeah, I have to get it out by this afternoon." "Then you do that, and I'll go into town and get something special to make for our dinner tonight."
I don't want you going anywhere alone, not with Andrew hanging around.
"I'm not afraid of him. He won't do anything to me since he is all talk and no action. I can't let him run my life. It's only a few minutes walks into town, and if he's around, I'll get Katie's husband to bring me back." He shook his head. "I still don't like it. Don't you remember he went to hit you, but I stopped him? What if he tries something again? I can take care of myself, and if I see him and he tries anything, I'll kick him right in his family jewels." "Well, I can't tell you what to do, but if you are going to be late for whatever reason, you call me. I mean it, because if you don't, I'll worry and come looking for you."
All right.
"I promise I'll call you. Now I'm going to get ready to go so you can get some work done. Is there anything special I can pick up for you? Maybe a can of whipped cream." "Oh, so you want me to pick up some dessert too?" "No, I need it for something else," he said, winking at her. She gave him a light slap. "Oh my God, you are so naughty." After she was gone, he got right to work, wanting to finish his chapter before she returned so that he could spend all his time with her. Every now and then he looked out the window to see if Andrew was lurking around, but there was no sign of him. He wasn't sure if that was a good sign or not. When she got into town, she ran into Katie and her husband, who talked her into going for a coffee with them. She called Dylan to let him know, saying she would get the supplies she needed after visiting with them. He made her promise that if she saw Andrew, that she would have Katie's husband or someone else walk her home. She had to explain to them why Dylan was being overprotective. Katie was angry when she heard the story. "Your ex is a prick, and you have found a good man in Dylan. We can see how much he cares about you." Her husband, Fred, patted her hand. "Dear, when you're done getting your groceries, I'll drive you home." "Oh, you don't have to do that. I'll be fine." "No, I insist," he said, not taking no for an answer. She was so touched by their kindness and felt her eyes tearing up. "Thank you. You don't know how much I appreciate you being so kind. You're also right about Dylan. He's a wonderful man, and we decided to keep seeing each other after we leave here." Katie was grinning from ear to ear. "Perhaps we'll see you back here on your honeymoon." Fred elbowed her in the ribs. "Katie."
What?
she asked, looking at her husband. "I'm just saying that anyone can see they are in love, and I hope they will come here for their honeymoon." Scout felt her cheeks getting red. "Well, it's way too early to be thinking about that. Right now, we just want to see how it goes. I should go get my groceries and head back soon before Dylan sends out a search party." Since she was getting a ride back to the cabin, she picked up a few more things, and when Fred dropped her off, Dylan came out to help carry the bags in. He offered Fred a coffee, but he declined, saying he had work to do. "I'm glad you're back. I was starting to get worried. I called you to let you know I'd be late." "I know." "Then why were you worried?"
I haven't seen Andrew around all day and was worried that he might have followed you. I think he's up to no good.
Knowing him, he probably went into town and picked someone up to spend the night with. "At least he's not bothering us," she said as she started putting the food away. She made a special dinner for him to celebrate him finishing his novel. "So you must be excited that it's finally done." He smiled at her. "I am, but there are still a few loose ends to finish up, and it needs to be checked over by my publisher. But thanks to you for reading over it and pointing out some of my mistakes, it helped me to finish on time." "It was my pleasure." Katie was telling me about their New Year's Eve party and asked if we were going.
What did you tell her?
he asked in between bites. I said I would have to check with you. Would you like to go? He asked, wondering if he was going to get to use the whipped cream he asked her to pick up. I think it would be fun. Then we'll go, he said. Getting up, went over to the fridge. Opening it, he pulled out the whipped cream and smiled at her. Time for my dessert, he said, giving her a naughty look. Her eyes grew wide. She didn't think he was serious. You're kidding, right? He shook his head. Nope, he said, taking a hold of her hand. He pulled her up and walked her into the bedroom and closed the door behind them. He made up his mind to tell her his secret tomorrow and hoped she would forgive him. She really had no idea what he was planning, but a part of her was excited to find out. Several hours earlier, Andrew stared out the window, over at the cabin where Scout was, knowing what she was probably doing with Dylan. He could wait until tomorrow, but right now he needed a hot body to satisfy his needs. He went to the bar at the lodge and found a woman who looked like easy prey. He used the woman whose name he couldn't even remember, not even caring if she was enjoying the sex. He ended up falling asleep, something he wasn't planning on doing, and when he jumped out of bed and started getting dressed, the woman sat up and watched him. Can't you stay for a while? Nope, I got better things to do. At least stay, and I'll order us up some room service. He turned to look at her as he buttoned up his shirt. I didn't intend on staying the night, so why would I want to hang around and have breakfast with you?
She was offended by his tone and his words.
So all I was to you was sex. That's right, and now I know why your husband left you.
What?
She asked, tears stinging her eyes. You're a lousy lay, the worst sex I've ever had in my life. Damn, I knew I should have gone with the blonde. Being with you, I have to get back and take a hot shower to get your stink off of me, he said. Grabbing his coat, he walked out. He made his way back to the cabin, glancing over at the other one and smiling. He couldn't wait to go over there and tell Scout about the man she has been sleeping with. But first, he had to shower, pack his bag, and make a phone call, confirming what time his ride back home would be arriving. He knew once she learned the truth, she would fly back home with him. It would give him the chance to win her back. Chapter 15. The knocking coming from the front door woke them both up. Sitting up in bed, Dylan ran his hand over his face. Who the hell can that be this early? But he had a feeling he knew who it was. Getting out of bed, he threw on his jeans and went to answer the door. What the hell do you want? He asked, glaring angrily at Andrew. He looked at Dylan and rolled his eyes. Don't you ever wear a shirt? I asked you a question. What do you want? I'm here to see Scout. You can forget it. She doesn't want to see you. She appeared by Dylan's side, wearing jeans and a pullover. He's right. I don't want to see you or talk to you, so why don't you go back home? I am going, just waiting for a friend to pick me up. But first I have to tell you something. It's cold out here. Let me come in.
Whatever you have to tell me, I'm not interested, she snapped.
You'll be interested in this. It's about your boyfriend here and who he works for. Don't you wonder why he showed up here when you did? Dylan glared at Andrew before turning to her. He didn't know how but sensed Andrew knew all about him. Scout, don't listen to him and let me explain first. When she looked back at him, there was doubt showing in her eyes, and he knew he was in deep shit when she opened the door wider for Andrew to walk in. So what is it you want to tell me? She asked, waiting for Andrew to speak. Lover boy here works for an escort service, and he was hired to come here and keep you entertained. He doesn't care about you. He's getting paid to sleep with you. She could feel the room spinning. Tears sprang to her eyes, and she knew this couldn't be true. You're lying. I don't believe you. Then ask him yourself. She turned to Dylan, who was standing there looking guilty. Tell me it's not true. When he went to touch her, she pushed him away. Tell me the truth. When he just stood there, speechless, she slapped him across the face. You bastard. Scout, it's not like that. Please let me explain. No, Don't say another word. Andrew knew this was his one shot at getting her to leave with him, so he took it. Scout, if you want, you can fly back home with me to New York. Pack your bags now, my friend will be here soon. She nodded her head at him. Yes, thank you. Just give me a few minutes to pack, she said. Ignoring Dylan, she ran to the bedroom. Her heart was breaking into a million pieces. Another man had broken her heart, used her, and to find out he was paid to sleep with her was more than she could bear. As soon as she ran off, Dylan gave Andrew a shove. He really wanted to punch him, but that wouldn't have helped his case with Scout. You bastard, how could you do that to her? It's true, isn't it? Not the way you made it sound, he said, turning to go to her. Walking into the bedroom, he found her packing her bags. Scout, please listen to me. It's not what it appears to be. It broke his heart to see her cry, and he wanted so desperately to hold her. She started crying when she looked at him. How could you do this to me? I thought you were a good guy, but you're worse than Andrew. You work for an escort service. You were paid to fuck me. I hope you're happy, and do I have to give you a tip? You were so good at your job, and you deserve one. She reached into her purse and took out $100 bill and threw it at him. I'm not sure what the proper rate is, but it's all I got on me. Scout, stop. I was not paid to fuck you, and I have never slept with any of the clients. So you do admit you work for the service. You lied to me from the start, and is writing a novel another one of your lies? I didn't lie to you. I just never told you, and I am writing a book. I only took the escort job to make money until my book got published. I made it clear from the beginning I wouldn't sleep with the clients. I was just hired to escort women to parties and events for those who didn't have a date. It was just for show, and I wanted so many times to tell you.
Then why didn't you? She asked as the tears flowed down her face.
I was afraid you wouldn't understand, and I didn't want what we had to go away. I was going to tell you today, but that prick out there beat me to it. I can't believe anything you say. You're a liar, and I hate you. I never want to see you again. Just move on to another poor woman and leave me alone. I don't want to move on. It's you I want. Her heart was pounding inside her chest. She was finding it hard to breathe. If what you say is true, and that you never slept with another client, why me? Because I fell in love with you. I was sent here to cheer you up after what Andrew did to you. I was supposed to help you get over him and to show you that you deserve better. I wasn't supposed to sleep with you, and I did fight it, you know that. But you were so beautiful, so sweet, and my heart would beat so fast whenever I was near you. I loved your spirit, your smile, and your amazing heart. I never meant to hurt you. I know you love me as much as I love you, so please don't leave. Give us a chance. No, I will never trust you or another man as long as I live. Who hired you? I want to know, and don't even think about lying to me, she said as she continued to pack, wiping her tears away as she packed her belonging. Scout, it doesn't matter who hired me. Please don't ask me to tell you. Well, I know it wasn't Andrew, and my parents don't know that he and I broke up. So who was it and why? He lowered his head. He couldn't bear to see the hurt in her eyes. It was Vicky. Vicky, she yelled. How would she even know about you? She called me when you told her you were coming here and asked me to keep an eye on you. I was supposed to help you forget about Andrew, show you a good time. She didn't want you to be alone. She was worried about you. So she found you on the internet. No, she didn't, he said, looking up at her. Then how did she know about you? I'm her cousin, and she knew what I did part-time. She was beyond shocked. Your cousins? I've known her for 2 years, and she never mentioned you once. Maybe because she was embarrassed at what I do. All I know is she did me a big favor when she asked me to come here. I found the woman of my dreams, the one I want to spend the rest of my life with. I don't believe she did this. How much did she pay you? She only paid for my flight here and for the cabin. I didn't charge her a fee since she didn't go through the agency. Closing her suitcase, she felt more tears falling down her face. Is there no one I can trust? I thought she was my friend. I guess I was wrong. He went over and grabbed her by the shoulders. He couldn't let her leave. You can trust me. I made a mistake by not telling you right away, and for that I'm sorry. But I love you, so please don't leave. We can get past this. She pushed him away, her face red from anger. Never touch me again. I will never trust or forgive you. Scout, our taxi is here. We've got to get going, Andrew yelled out as he peeked his head in through the open door. I'm ready, just help me with my bags, she said, not looking at him but staring at Dylan instead. Get out of my way, she snapped when he got in front of her. She walked out of the room, threw on her boots and coat, and walked out with Andrew into the car that was waiting for them. Dylan was heartbroken and was frozen to the spot when she walked away. It was only when he heard the car starting that he ran out, shirtless and barefoot. Scout, he shouted and banged on the back passenger window. Don't go, please don't leave me. But she wouldn't look at him and kept her head down. Driver, get going, Andrew said, tapping the man on the shoulder. The last thing Dylan saw as they pulled away was the smirk on Andrew's face when he looked back at him. When she broke down and cried, he put his arm around her, feeling pleased that she didn't brush him off. It got him thinking that maybe he had a shot at getting her back. His friend was waiting for them with his private plane, and after boarding, they took off. She didn't want to talk, so she pretended to be asleep. Hours later, when they landed, he had his car there, so he offered to drive her home, even after she insisted she could take a cab. When they pulled up to her apartment, he carried her bags up, and without being invited, he walked in. She was glad Vicky wasn't home. She wasn't ready to face her yet. Thanks for bringing me home. Scout, I'm sorry that you got hurt once again. I just felt you had the right to know about him. If there's anything I can do, you know all you have to do is ask. Thank you, I appreciate that, but right now I just want to be alone. He placed his hand on her shoulder, his other hand stroked her cheek. I still love you, and I'm sorry about Janet. I made a terrible mistake, and it won't happen again. I want us to start over. Marry me, Scout. Let me make things up to you. She looked at him as she backed away. Oh my God, are you kidding me? I appreciate you helping me, but there's no way I'm going back to you. One thing I learned by being away from you was that I don't love you. Maybe I never did. His anger flared up. He didn't like being talked to in this manner, and he didn't like losing. He grabbed her by the arms and pushed her up against the wall. You ungrateful bitch. I flew all the way to the Alps and find you fucking another man, and was still willing to take you back. You slut, if you can lay on your back for a stranger, then you can bloody hell do it for me now. She realized he was about to rape her, so she started screaming, raised her knee, and kicked him in the balls as hard as she could. When he released her, she opened the door and managed to shove him out, locking it before he had the chance to stop her. Scout, you'll be sorry. I was the best thing that ever happened to you. Don't even think about coming back to work, because I'll let everyone know what a slut you are. Your reputation will be ruined by the time I get done with you, he said, yelling and banging on her door. Go away, Andrew, or I'll call the cops and tell them how you tried to rape me. Moments later, she heard his footsteps leaving. With him being a well-known lawyer, she knew he couldn't afford to have his reputation tarnished. She slid down to the floor, covering her face with her hands, and bawled her eyes out. She was mentally and physically beaten and needed to sleep. Getting up, she made her way to her bedroom and collapsed on the bed, instantly falling asleep. Chapter 16. She was glad Vicky wasn't home. She wasn't ready to face her yet. Climbing into bed after putting on a nightshirt, she was so emotionally drained, she fell asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. Waking up, she had no idea how long she had been sleeping, just that it must have been for hours because her room was pitch dark, and she had to turn on a light. Getting out of bed, she walked into the kitchen to get a drink of water. Vicky was still not home, which was fine with her. She didn't want to see or talk to her after what she had done. Going back to her bedroom, she got dressed and started packing more of her clothes into another suitcase. Hearing the front door opening, she knew it was Vicky. Walking to Scout's bedroom, Vicky stood in the doorway. "Hey, I heard from Dylan. We need to talk." "Well, I don't want to talk to you," Scout said as she continued packing. "Scout, I didn't do this to hurt you." She turned to look at Vicky, closing her suitcase. "How could you do this to me? You knew I wanted to be left alone, and you hired an escort who happened to be your cousin. Did you think by having him show up and sleep with me, and then to find out it was all just a game, that it wasn't going to hurt me?" "Scout, he wasn't supposed to sleep with you. I made that perfectly clear to him when I asked him to go and keep you company. He was only supposed to keep you from being lonely during the holiday." Her eyes filled with tears again. She couldn't believe her best friend would go behind her back and do this. "Why couldn't you have just respected my wishes for wanting to be alone? When you left here, you were devastated. I had never seen you like this before, and I was afraid." "Afraid of what?"
I was worried that you would try to harm yourself, and I couldn't just stand by and let that happen. Dylan is a good man, and he is in love with you. He told me he had no intentions of sleeping with you or falling in love, but he did, and now he is heartbroken. I know you're angry at us, but won't you please call him and talk to him?"
"I never want to see or talk to him ever again." Vicky stood there. She had this feeling that she had lost her best friend. "Can you ever forgive me?" "Maybe someday, but not now." "Why are you packing your clothes? Are you going somewhere?" "I'm going to stay at my parents' place until I find my own apartment. I cannot live here with you after what you did. I thought you were the one person I could trust, and you going behind my back and doing what you did has destroyed the trust I had in you. It seems to me like I can't trust anybody. I will send for the rest of my things once I get settled, and I'm sure you can find another roommate." Vicky followed her out and tried to stop her when she got to the door. "Please don't go. Just wait a couple of days before you decide what you want to do. I love you like a sister, and I don't want to lose your friendship." "Then you should have thought of that before you went behind my back. I have to go now. Goodbye, Vicky."
"Where to, miss?"
the taxi driver asked. After giving him the address, she sat back and stared out the window. She felt so empty inside. Her life as she knew it had fallen apart. No job, no boyfriend, and no home to call her own. She felt lost and alone. When they pulled up to her father's mansion, she got out and walked to the front door with her bags. She rang the doorbell once and waited until William, the butler, answered. "Miss Lewis, how lovely to see you, but your parents won't be home for a couple of days." "I know." He could see how red and swollen her eyes were and knew something horrible had happened. "Excuse my manners," he said, picking up her suitcases and carried them inside. "Shall I take your bags up to your old room?" "Yes, thank you, and I will be staying for a while. Would it be all right if I went into the kitchen and made myself some hot tea?" He gave her a warm smile. "You do not have to ask me for permission. This is your home, and it always will be. I'll take these bags upstairs, and when I come back down, perhaps I can make you something to eat." "No, I'm not hungry, and I can make my own tea." "Very well, ma'am. And if you require me for anything, just give me a holler, and I'll come running." She walked down the hall, glancing into the living room when she passed it. Her parents decorated every room in the mansion every Christmas, and this year was no different, even though they had gone away for the holidays. But she knew that they would be back in time for their annual New Year's Eve party. She was sitting in the kitchen having her tea when William entered. "Do you know what would go well with your tea?" he asked as he opened the fridge. "What's that?" "A nice slice of apple crumble pie with a small scoop of vanilla ice cream. If I remember correctly, that was one of your favorites." She couldn't help but smile. "It still is, and I guess I could have a small piece." She watched as he heated a piece up for her, and then put a small scoop of ice cream on top. Your parents will be glad to have you home for New Year's. They've been missing you. I miss them too. I'm not much in the mood for a party, so I'll just be staying in my room. After enjoying her pie and tea, she went up to her room to get settled in. She didn't get much sleep that night. She kept thinking about Dylan, which made her cry all over again. The next day she wandered down to the living room, sitting in her father's chair as she looked at the Christmas tree and all the decorations. She looked up when she saw William enter the room with a smile on his face. I have some good news for you. Your parents are coming home today instead of tomorrow, and they should be here shortly. That is good news. Thank you for letting me know. She couldn't wait for them to get home, even though she wasn't exactly sure how to tell them about her and Andrew and what happened to her in the Swiss Alps. 2 hours later, her parents showed up. Her mother went over and gave her a big hug. Oh, sweetheart, your father and I are so happy you're here. Thanks, Mom. I hope it's okay if I stay here for a while.
Oh, baby.
You can stay as long as you want. This will always be your home, her mother said, giving her another hug. Why did you come home early? Her mother and father looked at each other before answering. Vicky called us and told us about you and Andrew and your trip to the Alps. Scout looked over at her father, and she couldn't hold back her tears any longer as she ran into his outstretched arms. Dad, how could Andrew do that to me? He wrapped his arms around his daughter, kissing the top of her head. I'll be honest with you, sweetheart. I never liked that man, and I knew he was no good. It's better that you found out now what kind of a man he is instead of finding out after you were married to him. But he was the one that broke off the engagement when he found out he got Janet pregnant. But I don't care about Andrew. He's not the man I thought he was.
So I gather the reason you are this distraught is because of the young man you met. Vicky's cousin, I believe.
Malcolm, let's not bombard our daughter with all these questions the moment we got here. Let's get settled, and we can talk over lunch. He gave his daughter another hug before releasing her. Your mother is right. We'll have a bite to eat, and if you want to talk about it, you know we're here for you. There's nothing to talk about. It wasn't until later that night when she was sitting on the sofa with her head on her father's chest as he held her that she broke down and told him what she was really upset about. It's not Andrew that I'm hurting over, it's Dylan. I fell in love with him, Daddy. He was so unlike anyone I'd ever met before. We had so much fun together. We went ice skating, skiing, and dog sledding. I hated Christmas, and that's why I went there, to get away from it. But he made me love it again. We decorated a tree, made Christmas cookies, and even bought each other Christmas presents. Malcolm touched the heart necklace she had around her neck. Would this be one of the gifts he gave you? It's lovely. She nodded her head. Yes, but I don't know why I'm still wearing it. She lifted it up to look at it, remembering when he gave it to her. She missed him. He was the one her heart belonged to, but he broke it.
You're wearing it because you love him, and it reminds you of the time you had together. Vicky explained what she had done, and it sounds to me like that young man had fallen in love with you too. So maybe you should talk to him. Forgive him because we all make mistakes. I know he hurt you, but what he and Vicky did, they did for you and not to hurt you.
I don't think I can ever forgive either one of them.
She has been a good friend to you, one you could always go to when you needed a friend to talk to. I can understand why she did what she did, and to let you know I'm grateful to her for doing it. What Andrew did to you, there was no way you should have been alone for Christmas. If only you had called me and your mother right away, we would have come home.
I didn't want to spoil your holiday. Baby girl, you will always be more important to me and your mother than anything else in this world. Now, why don't you and your mother go shopping and get yourself a nice dress for the party? No, Daddy, I'm not going to be joining the party. I plan on staying in my room and just reading. Nonsense. Tomorrow you are going shopping, and I'm going to pay for your dress. I know you're not going to be going back to the law firm, so we can discuss your options for your future. Whatever you decide to do, I'm behind you. As you know, since your mother and I are both retired judges, we have a lot of connections and can help you get something that you'll be happy with. I remember you once saying you would have loved to become a lawyer, so if that's what you want to do, we will help you. Thanks, Dad, but I'm not sure what I want to do yet. Well, there's no hurry. We can discuss all that later. The next day, she and her mother did go dress shopping, even though her heart wasn't in it, and still planned on not going to the party. She ended up buying a long red dress. It sparkled, and she had to admit to herself that it looked great on her. Then she got to thinking about how she and Daylan were supposed to spend New Year's Eve together, and he said that he wanted to be the one to kiss her when the clock struck midnight. Chapter 17. The morning of the party, when she woke up, the first thing she saw was the red dress hanging on the stand. The curtain was open and sunlight shone on it, making it sparkle more. She sat up in bed, thinking about Dylan, and started to cry. She was still crying when she felt a soft pair of arms going around her. She looked up into her mother's eyes. "Mom, I miss him so much." "I know, baby. I hate seeing my little girl in so much pain." "Why does love have to hurt so much?" Tori placed her finger under Scout's chin, lifting her head up. "Sweetheart, love is complicated, but it usually works itself out. William has told me how this young man has been calling you nonstop, but you refuse to take his calls. You love him, so talk to him. Find it in your heart to forgive him." "Mom, I can't." "At least call Vicky and make up with her." "No," she answered, shaking her head. Tori wiped Scout's tears away. "Get dressed and come have breakfast with me and your father. I know he is so happy to have you home, just like in the old days. I've had the cook prepare your favorite." "Okay, I'll be down soon." Giving her daughter another hug, she got up and walked over to the door, but stopped to look at the dress. "It's beautiful. Everyone's eyes will be on you tonight." 20 minutes later, she went downstairs and into the dining room where her parents were already seated. Malcolm gave her a big smile. She was always his little princess. He stood up and pulled her chair out for her. "I can't tell you how happy I am to have you home with us. We've missed you." "I've missed you both too, Dad. Your mother told me you picked out a beautiful dress to wear tonight. I can't wait to see you in it." "Dad, thanks for buying it for me, but I really don't feel like going to the party." He placed his hand over the top of hers. "I know, but I think it would do you good to have some fun. I know you don't feel that way right now, but a party just might cheer you up a little." When he saw how sad she looked, his heart broke. "I tell you what, you put on that dress and come to the party. You don't have to stay very long, just see how it goes. Give it a couple of hours, and if you still want to leave, then I will understand. Will you do that for me?" She looked at her mother, then over at her father. "Okay, I'll go, but just for a little while. I do not want to be around when it turns midnight." When she saw the smile on their faces, she knew she had made the right decision. She kept watching them. It almost gave her hope to start believing in love, seeing that after all these years, how much in love they still were. After they ate, people started arriving. The caterers, people who were doing the decorating, and a band was setting up their equipment. Every year they went all out to make the most famous and amazing party ever to bring in the new year. Going upstairs, she decided to call Vicky, and they talked for over an hour, but she made it clear she wouldn't talk about Dylan. She did forgive Vicky, but couldn't bring herself to forgive Dylan. She agreed to meet with her for coffee the following week, but was still standing firm on getting her own place. That night she was standing in front of the mirror after she had put on her dress. She also wore the necklace Dylan gave her. She held the heart between her fingers, looking at it. At first, she thought of putting it away so that she wouldn't have to see it, but she couldn't bear to do that. It reminded her of him and the time they spent together. Malcolm knocked on her door and entered when he heard her call out to come in. "Sweetheart, you look amazing in that dress." He walked over to her, touched her cheek with the palm of his hand. You look so much like your mother, and I am a lucky man to have two beautiful women in my life." She threw her arms around him, resting her head on his shoulder. "I'm the lucky one to have such amazing parents. I love you, Dad." "I love you too." He broke the hug to look at her. "Our guests will be arriving soon, so come, walk down with me to greet them." Knowing his little girl was hurting broke his heart and hoped that the party would cheer her up. "Dad, you go on ahead. I'll be down soon." Earlier that day, Dylan showed up at the apartment that Scout shared with Vicky, expecting to find her there. "Dylan, what are you doing here?" Vicky asked as she let him in. "I need to see Scout. Is she home?" "She no longer lives here." She felt sorry for him when she saw how horrible he looked. "I'll make us some coffee." He followed her into the kitchen. "What do you mean she no longer lives here? Where is she? I have to talk to her, to tell her how sorry I am." He sat down on one of the chairs and buried his head in his hands. "Wow, you really do love her," she said, placing the cup in front of him.
Yes, I do love her.
He said, wrapping his hand around the hot mug. "Vicky, if you know where she is, you have to tell me." "She doesn't want to see you. She's angry at both of us. Why did you have to sleep with her? That is not why I asked you to go there. All you were supposed to do was keep her company so that she wouldn't be sad and alone at Christmas."
I know.
He snapped. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to yell at you. I didn't plan for it to happen. It just did, and I don't regret it for a minute. The only thing I regret is not telling her the truth, and I was going to, but that prick Andrew showed up and beat me to it. It's my own fault, though. I had plenty of opportunities to tell her. Tell me where she is." "She's moved back in with her parents until she finds her own apartment." He jumped up. "What's the address?" "Wait, you can't go looking like that. You need to shower and change and get some sleep first. If you go there in this state of mind, you're likely to say or do something you shouldn't. Go grab a few hours of sleep first. You can use her old bedroom." He knew she was right. He hadn't slept a wink since she left him standing barefooted in the snow. "Okay, just for a couple of hours." He went and laid on Scout's bed. He could smell her scent on the sheets and the pillow. He looked around the tiny bedroom. It was so feminine, just like she was. He cradled her pillow in his arms, smelling it. He closed his eyes and could still see the hurt in her eyes when Andrew told her about him. To see her break down and cry was still tearing his heart apart. He had to go to her and make things right, had to get her to forgive him. It didn't take him long to fall asleep from exhaustion, but her face haunted his dreams. When he did wake up, he realized he had slept much longer than he planned. Jumping out of bed, he ran to the shower, stripped down, and stepped in. When he came out of the shower, he had to put on the clothes he came with since he didn't bring any with him. Walking into the other room, he found Vicky sitting there on the sofa. "Why didn't you wake me?" She turned her head to look at him. She looked him up and down and shook her head. "You're not going over to see her looking like that, are you?" "I don't have anything else with me."
That's what I figured, she said.
Getting up and going over to the closet, pulled out a suit. "While you were sleeping, I went over to a friend of mine and borrowed this for you to wear. You're both the same size, so I know it'll fit. Go put this on, and then I will tell you where to find her." He took the suit from her hand. "Why do I need a suit?" "Because if you're going over there tonight, you need to be dressed up since this is Lewis's annual New Year's Eve party. If you show up in dirty, wrinkled clothes, Mr. Tins Lewis will just have you thrown off his property. Hurry up and go get dressed," she ordered, shoving him towards Scout's bedroom. "Damn, are all you women so bossy?" "We have to be, or you men would never do anything right." He went back into Scout's bedroom and changed. Before walking out, he picked up one of her sweaters that was laying over the chair. His eyes teared up when he held it up to his nose. He was so afraid that she wouldn't give him the time of day and would be sent away. But he wasn't about to give up that easily. There was no way he was going to lose the only woman he had ever loved or ever would. Vicky stood up when he entered the room, taking his dirty clothes from him. Cousin, you clean up real nice. Leave these dirty clothes with me, and I'll wash them, she said, and looked down when something fell out of his pocket. What's that? He bent down and picked it up. It's nothing. Like hell it's nothing. That's a ring box, she said, taking it from his hand and opening it. Oh my God, it's a diamond engagement ring. She looked up at him and smiled. Are you planning on proposing to her tonight? Yeah, I am. This ring is absolutely gorgeous, but you've only known each other for a short time. Don't you think you're rushing it a bit, and maybe should wait a while longer? He took the ring from her hand, and closing the lid, he placed it back in his pocket. Some people might think it's too fast, but when you find that one person that you know you want to spend the rest of your life with, what does it matter how long you've known each other? I love her, and I know she loves me too. She looked at Dylan, and to her, it was obvious just how much he did love her. She loves you too, but right now she's really hurting. It might not be that easy to win her over, but first, you have to get past her father. I'm not worried about her father. You should be. He's very protective of her, and he is a retired judge and can make things really hard for you. I don't care what he does to me. He is not going to keep me away from Scout. Now, will you please quit stalling and give me the address where she's at? She went and got a pen and a piece of paper and wrote down the address and handed it to him. Good luck, Dylan. He went over and gave her a hug and kissed her on the cheek. Thanks, Vicky, and thank you for talking me into going to the Swiss Alps. If it weren't for you, I may never have met her. We're cousins, Dylan. You would eventually have met her. Now go on, go get your woman. Chapter 18. Scout made her way down the stairs to find that the guests had already arrived. Christmas music was playing, and the staff were handing out glasses of champagne. She took one and walked into the main room, saying hello to those who knew her. Seeing her parents talking to one of their colleagues, she went over to be with them. Mr. Marcel, you remember my daughter, Scout, Malcolm said, putting his arm around her waist.
Oh yes. You were just a teenager the last time I saw you. Now, look at you, all grown up. I would love for you to meet my son Keith. That is, if I can find him, he said, looking around the room. Spotting him, he waved him over. Keith, meet Scout Lewis.
That's a cute name for such a lovely woman, he said, taking a hold of her hand to shake. I hope you will save me a dance later. Even though Keith was a handsome man, the last thing she wanted was to have his attention, so she made an excuse to leave. It was nice meeting you, but please excuse me. There's someone I must say hello to. She walked away and disappeared into another room. She really wasn't in the mood to socialize, but when people stopped her, she would talk for a few minutes before making an excuse to leave. An hour later, when she saw Keith walking towards her, she took a deep breath, knowing he was going to ask her for a dance. Scout, there you are. I've been looking all over for you. Would you do me the honors of having a dance with me? He asked, holding out his hand for her to take. One dance, she said, taking his hand as he led her over to the dance area. She didn't want to, but she was brought up to be polite to others. It just didn't feel right with her hand in his. His hand was too soft and small compared to Dylan's, whose hand was strong and larger. I hope you don't mind me saying this, but you look drop-dead gorgeous in this dress. I'm also hoping that you will be my New Year's Eve kiss. It would be a great way to start off the new year. I'm not sure I'll be around then.
I'll look for you,
he said, holding her closer, but felt her pulling away. She pulled out of his arms. Thanks for the dance, but I've got somewhere to be. She walked away as fast as she could without drawing attention to herself. It was getting close to midnight, and she wanted to go to her room, so she went searching for her mother to let her know. Tori saw Scout walking into the family room as she was talking to a couple. Excusing herself, she went over to her daughter. Sweetheart, is something wrong? She asked, stroking her daughter's cheek in a motherly gesture. It's almost midnight, Mom, and I can't be down here, so I'm going to my room now. Please don't try and talk me into staying down here. I just can't do it." She was so close to tears, but fought to hold them back. "Baby, I understand. You go on up to your room, and I'll let your father know that you don't want to be disturbed, and that you're not coming back down." "Thanks, Mom," she said, giving her mother a hug before fleeing the room. She was so glad that when her parents had a party, they made sure the guests knew that the upstairs was off limits, so she wouldn't have to worry about anyone coming up. Back to Dylan. When he pulled into Lewis's driveway, he saw a lot of cars and could hear the music from outside. Getting out of his vehicle, he looked at the mansion before him and took a deep breath. Even though it was a cool night out, he was sweating. The palms of his hands were sweaty, and he was a bundle of nerves. He kept going over his head what he would say to her when he saw her. He just hoped that she would give him a chance to speak. Walking up to the door, he rang the bell and waited for someone to answer it. It was only a few seconds when the door was opened by the butler. "Sir, can I help you?" William knew everyone that was invited to the party, and this young man standing before him was not on the guest list. "I'm here to see Miss Lewis. I can't really let you in unless you have an invitation to the party. Please, I just need to talk to Scout." William looked the man over. He wondered if he was the one responsible for hurting her. "You may come in and wait by the door while I go look for her." "Thank you. When I find her, I will ask her if she wishes to talk to you, and if not, you must leave." Dylan nodded his head, but he had no intentions of leaving until he saw her. He leaned up against the wall, waiting for the butler to come back. He kept checking his watch. He had to get to her before midnight. He could hear the music and people talking and felt jealous, thinking that she was somewhere in another man's arms dancing. William could not find Scout anywhere, so when he spotted her parents, he decided to go over and let them know about the young man who was wanting to speak to Scout. "Sir, there is a young man, Mr. Sharp, who is waiting at the front door and wishes to speak to Miss Lewis, but I can't find her anywhere." Malcolm looked at his wife, letting out a sigh. "I will deal with him. Thanks for coming to me," he said as he and his wife left and headed out to the hallway. Tori placed her hand over her husband's arm when she saw Dylan with his head down and his hands inside his pockets. "Oh, look, Malcolm, he looks so sad. Be nice to the young man. It's obvious he's in love with our daughter." Well, he should have thought of that before he lied to her and broke her heart, so why should I be nice to him? She gave him one of those looks, one that said she meant it. Poor Malcolm, he knew that look all too well. She never gave it to him much, but when she did, he knew better than not to listen. When Daylan saw the older couple walking towards him, he stood up straight, taking his hands out of his pocket. He knew right away this had to be her parents. The woman resembled Scout. The man was tall and elegant with silver through his hair. He gulped when he saw the way the man was staring at him. It was like he wanted to strangle him.
"I was told you were looking for Scout. Well, Mr. Sharp, my daughter does not want to see you, so please leave my home."
"Mr. and Mrs. Lewis, I gather she told you about me." "She told me how you broke her heart. The rest I found out when I had you investigated. I know all about you and that you work for an escort agency." He stared back at the man. "It's not the way you think."
"You sleep with women for a living. You used my daughter, and I don't want you anywhere near her."
"Sir, I never slept with any of those women, and I no longer work for the agency. I'm a writer and only did it to pay my bills until I get published. I would never use Scout. I love her. It's true I was sent there to her, but only so that she wouldn't be lonely, to help her enjoy Christmas." "Yeah, a writer, so I've heard. You did more than keep her from being lonely. You made her fall in love with you. Do you know the damage you've done to her, knowing what Andrew put her through? You should have told her the truth the moment you met her. Now she is heartbroken." Dylan looked at his watch and started getting frustrated. "Sir, it's almost midnight and I need to be with her. Please tell me where she is." "No, Malcolm barked. Get out of my house before I call the police and have you removed. No, sir, I'm not leaving until I see her. Tori went over to Dylan, stood in front of him, and touched his cheek, looking into his eyes. You really love her, don't you? He placed his hand over hers. Mrs. Lewis, I love her with all of my heart, and it kills me knowing how much I hurt her. I never meant for things to go as far as they did. I never meant to fall in love with her, but I couldn't help myself. She is the most beautiful and amazing woman I had ever met. My life will be empty without her. She is my life. I beg you, let me see her, and if she still wants nothing to do with me, I'll leave and never bother her again. Tori went back over to her husband. Darling, we have to let him go to her, let her decide.
No,
He said, shaking his head. Malcolm, do you not want our daughter to be happy and have a man who loves her? This young man is nothing like Andrew, and I feel it in my heart that he will make her happy. Now, being a loving father, he wanted his baby to have love and to be happy. But he couldn't get over how devastated she was when he saw her so sad and broken. What if it's just an act he's putting on? I don't want her to get hurt again. I can see it in his eyes how much he loves her. He will not hurt her. Dylan checked his watch again. It was just 7 minutes away from midnight. Sir, please, he said, begging with him. He looked back at Dylan. Don't make me regret this. I won't. I give you my word. She's upstairs in her room. When he didn't give out the exact whereabouts, he felt his wife poking him in the ribs. He cleared his throat. Go up these stairs. At the top, take a left. Go down the hall and make a right. Her room is at the end of that hallway. He went over and shook Malcolm's hand. Thank you, sir. I promise you won't regret this, he said as he headed up the stairs. His heart was beating so fast as he headed upstairs, but stopped when Malcolm called out to him. He stopped, and with his hand on the railing, he looked back, checking his watch once again.
if you hurt my daughter again,
I will destroy you,
I know you will.
he replied, turning around, continued on his way to Scout's room. Darling, must you be so hard on that man? He put his arms around her waist and pulled her close. Just wanted him to know what will happen if he breaks her heart again. Now, my love, it's almost midnight, so we should grab a glass of champagne and be ready for our big kiss. She reached up and fixed his tie. Her eyes glanced up and saw Dylan disappearing. It looks like we'll have to set another plate at the breakfast table. Tori, oh my God, don't say that. She chuckled. I love how old-fashioned you can be, but our little girl is all grown up. She and Dylan are in love. He's not going anywhere tonight. I know, I just don't want to think about it. Was he wrong? What father wanted to know his daughter was in her room with a man? It wasn't that long ago she was snuggled in bed surrounded by all her stuffed animals while he read her a bedtime story. Tori took his hand. We have to get back to our guests. The countdown is about to start. Chapter 19. Dylan made his way to her room. It was easy enough to find. Standing outside her door, he took a deep breath before knocking. He was a bundle of nerves, not knowing how she would react to seeing him. Here goes nothing, he said to himself as he knocked. She was sitting at her makeup table, looking in the mirror and thinking about Dylan as a tear ran down her cheek when she heard the knock. Go away, I want to be alone. She let out a gasp and stood up when the door opened. Dylan, she said, shocked to see him there. She was about to say more, but before she could, he came rushing over to her. Cupping her face in his hands, his lips came crashing down on hers, just as the clock struck midnight. The feel of his lips on hers had her melting, and she wrapped her arms around his neck, kissing him back with as much passion as he was kissing her. Removing his hands from her face, he wrapped them around her waist, crushing her against him when she kissed him back. Their lips moved in sync, their hearts beating as one. When he heard her calling out to leave, he opened the door and saw her standing there wearing the most beautiful dress he had ever seen. Her beauty took his breath away. He had a whole speech made up in his mind as to what he was going to say to her. But seeing her just now, and knowing he only had a second to reach her before midnight, he rushed towards her and didn't give her time to say anything as he placed his lips on hers. He felt like a man reborn, his heart filled with happiness when he felt her arms going around his neck and kissing him back. He never wanted to let go of her again. He didn't want to stop kissing her. But he did finally break the kiss. With his arms still around her waist, he stared deeply into her eyes. "Scout," he whispered her name in a husky voice. "Dylan, oh, what are you doing here?" she asked, letting another tear fall from her eye. "I told you I wanted to be the first and only one to kiss you Happy New Year. Scout, I love you and I cannot live without you. I know I did you wrong and that I hurt you, and for that I am so sorry. But I'm here to ask you to forgive me. Tell me you don't love me and I will leave." She could see that his eyes too were filled with tears and knew he was sincere. "Dylan, I can't tell you I don't love you because the truth is, I am deeply and hopelessly in love with you. I've missed you so much, I don't ever want you to leave." Cupping her face in his hands, he gave her another deep and passionate kiss. "Dance with me," he said, putting his arms around her. They started moving slowly to the sound of the music coming from downstairs. They could barely hear the music, but it was enough for them as he held her in his arms, and she rested her head on his shoulder. With the side of his cheek resting on the top of her head, he closed his eyes. Oh, how he missed having her in his arms. "You look so beautiful in this dress." She loved the way he held so tightly onto her. It felt good being back in his arms. "I've never seen you wear a suit before, and I must say you look very handsome in it." He lifted her chin up with the tips of his fingers. "Happy New Year, sweetheart." She smiled back at him, and for the first time in 2 days, she was finally happy once again. "Happy New Year," she said back to him. "So what should we do now? Would you like for us to go down and enjoy the party? We could celebrate with a glass of champagne and dance the night away," he asked, looking down at her smiling face. "No, I don't want to go downstairs. I'd much rather stay here and celebrate the new year alone with you." "Are you suggesting what I think you are?" She nodded her head as she started to undo his tie, removing it. "But this is your parents' home, and they're downstairs." "That's right, they're down there, and we're up here, so shut up and kiss me," she said as she started unbuttoning his shirt. He placed his hands over the top of hers to stop her from undressing him. "If your father finds us, he will kill me." She turned and walked away from him. Going over to the door, she locked it and smiled back at him. "I won't let him." She went back over to where he was standing, removed his jacket and shirt. She placed her lips over his chest, kissing it. While her lips were moving over him, she reached down and unbuckled his pants and could hear him breathing heavily and a small moan escaping from his mouth. Stepping out of his pants after kicking off his shoes, he couldn't stop the feeling of desire that coursed through his body when her lips kept roaming over his chest and up to his neck. In the heat of his passion, he pushed her up against the wall, pinning her hands above her head as his lips explored her neck and collarbone. His shaft was hard and throbbing inside his briefs. Her skin tasted so delicious against his lips. Hearing her sweet little soft moans got him hornier than ever. Tearing himself away from her neck, he placed his mouth over hers. Kissing her with everything he had in him, he had hungered for her lips for the last couple of days, and now he could not tear himself from them. It was only when she placed her hands on his chest to stop him did he release her lips from his. Thinking she did not want to go any further, he looked at her with sadness in his eyes. "Do you want me to stop?" His kiss had her head spinning, her core throbbing, and her panties wet. "Do I want you to stop? Are you crazy?" she asked. Pulling her hands from his grip, she turned her back to him. "Unzip me." A big smile crossed his face. Here he was thinking she wanted him to stop. What a big relief on his part when he heard her sweet words. He slowly slid the zipper down as he kissed the side of her neck. with the dress being one of those where she couldn't wear a bra. His hands immediately cupped her breasts while he continued to kiss the back of her neck. He turned her back around, placed his hands on her butt cheek, and lifted her up, and loved how she wrapped her legs around his waist as he carried her to the bed. Her beautiful dress lay crumpled on the floor, but neither one cared. He laid her down, his hand on her calf. He slowly removed one shoe, and then the other. He left soft little kisses on her skin as he moved up her leg, stopping to visit in between the holidays after removing her panties. He heard her saying his name as his tongue and mouth pleasured her, making her squirm. Wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, he moved up and positioned himself above her, looking down into her eyes that were glazed over. "I love you." She put her hands behind his head and pulled him down closer to her face. "I love you too. Now shut it and make love to me." His smile grew wider. "Well, I must give the lady what she wants." Removing his briefs, he got back on top of her, his lips finding hers in a passionate kiss as he entered her slowly, letting her feel how much he wanted her. Later, as they lay in each other's arms, he kissed the top of her head. "It's almost morning, so I think I better leave now before your parents wake up." She lifted her head to look at him. "No, don't leave. Stay with me, and you can have breakfast with us in the morning. If your father finds out I spent the night in bed with you, he will kill me." She scratched the stubble on his face and smiled. "I promise I won't let him hurt you. Besides, I'm a grown woman, and I can have a man in my bed if I want, even if it is his home." He rolled her over onto her back and climbed on top of her. "Marry me." Her eyes went wide, and she stared him straight in the eyes. "What?" "I love you, and I know you love me, so marry me. I don't want to spend another night away from you."
Yes.
At first, he wasn't sure if he heard her right. "Yes, what?" "Yes, I will marry you."
Really?
"Dylan, yes, I will really marry you." When he got off her and out of bed for a moment, she thought he had changed his mind. "Are you leaving?" "No, I'm not leaving," he said. Going over to his clothes, he picked up his jacket and pulled out the small box that held the diamond engagement ring and walked back over to the bed and sat on it. "I know this wasn't a very romantic way to propose, and maybe I should have waited, but I just couldn't." Lifting the lid to the box, he showed her the diamond that was inside. "Scout Lewis, will you do me the honors of becoming my wife? I promise I will love and respect you until I take my last breath." She let out a faint gasp and covered her mouth with her hands. Looking at the ring, a tear slid down her cheek. It was the most beautiful ring she had ever seen, and that was probably because it came from him. "So what do you say, baby? Will you marry me?" She looked at him and nodded her head. "Yes, oh God, yes, I'll marry you." His eyes filled with tears as he removed the ring from the box and slid it over her ring finger. It was a perfect fit. Giving her a minute to look at it, he then gently pushed her back down on the bed, kissing her. "You've just made me the happiest man in the world. Dylan, I have to ask you a question, and I want you to be totally honest with me. I know you told me that you never slept with any of your clients, but I have to ask you one more time if you were telling me the truth. You can be totally honest with me because I won't hold it against you if you had." He stroked the side of her cheek with his fingers. "I was telling you the truth. You were the first one I slept with." "That's good enough for me. Now are you up to another round?" "Do you really have to ask?" They both drifted off to sleep after their intense lovemaking. When he woke up, she was laying on top of him, kissing his neck. "Oh, girl, you are making me horny." She stopped kissing him to smile at him. "We should take a shower and go down for breakfast before my mother comes looking for us," she said, jumping off him and holding out her hand for him to take. "Are you coming?" "I almost did," he said. Getting out of bed, they headed to the bathroom.
After fooling around in the shower and later putting their clothes on, he gave her a serious look. "I don't have anything else with me to wear. Whatever is your father going to think?"
He'll know you spent the night. It'll be all right, and we do have to them him we're getting married. You're not afraid to tell him, are you?
No, I'm not scared of your father.
He said, scoffing. But in fact, he was worried about what he would think about him spending the night with Scout. Pretending he was all right about going down in the clothes he had on from last night, he took her hand and they headed downstairs. Chapter 20. Malcolm and Tori were already in the middle of eating their breakfast when the two got down to the dining room. "Good morning, dear. Good morning, Dylan," Tori said with a smile on her face. She tapped Malcolm on his arm. "Say good morning to your daughter and her guest." "Morning, sweetheart, and morning, Mr. Sharp. I see you spent the night. I hope you were comfortable in one of the guest bedrooms." His eyes were burning into Dylan's, letting him know he was not pleased. "Malcolm, stop trying to make Dylan feel uncomfortable. Let's just have a lovely breakfast," Tori said, patting the top of her husband's hand. Dylan cleared his throat. It was obvious Scout's father knew exactly where he had slept. "I'm actually glad to be here this morning, Mr. Lewis. I have something to ask you." "What is the question?" "As you know, I am madly and deeply in love with your daughter, and I want to marry her, and I would like your blessing."
Young man, you barely know my daughter, so why should I give you my blessing? It would mean a lot to Scout and to me. I know the way we met was not ideal, and that I hurt her, but I will spend the rest of my life making it up to her. I love her with all of my heart.
Malcolm leaned back in his chair and stared at him. "And if I refuse to give you my blessing, then what?" "With all due respect, sir, whether I get your blessing or not, I am still going to marry her. I've already asked her, and she said yes." He could see that her father was becoming very angry. His face had turned red and his nostrils were flaring. "I forbid it. You've only known each other, like 3 weeks? It's way too soon for you to be talking marriage." Tori placed her hand over Malcolm's arm, making him look at her. "My darling, do you not remember when we were young and in love? You asked me to marry you on our first date." "That was different." "No, my darling, it's no different. We knew that first night that we were meant to be, and Dylan and Scout are also meant to be. Look at your daughter. Just see how happy she is, and the way they look at each other. She was never this happy with Andrew. In fact, she was miserable with him. I know you want her to be happy. I believe Dylan is the one for her. Give them your blessing." Malcolm looked over at Scout. He had to admit she looked happy, happier than she had ever been in her whole life. "I give you both my blessing, but if you ever hurt her, you will live to regret it." Scout was so overjoyed with happiness that she got out of her chair and went over to her father, wrapping her arms around him in a big hug. "Thank you, Dad. You've made me so happy." She held up her finger to show him the ring. He looked at her and then kissed her cheek. "It's a beautiful ring. Now you better go over and show your mother before she has a heart attack." Tori was squirming in her seat. She was anxious to see the ring up close, and when Scout went over, she grabbed her hand and stared at the diamond ring. "Oh, this is absolutely stunning. Your young man has excellent taste." Just then the butler and maid came out with breakfast for Scout and Dylan, and another pot of coffee, and poured some into each of their cups. "So what are your plans, Dylan?" Malcolm asked as he took a sip of his coffee. "Well, I have to go back to Boston and pack up my stuff, and when I get back here, I'll look for an apartment for us." "Us?" Malcolm said as he put his cup back down. "Are you planning on moving in together before you get married?" "We haven't discussed moving in together. I was just thinking I should get an apartment here so that once we're married, we'll have a place to live." Malcolm was pleased with that answer. "Just where do you plan on living until you find a place?" "I'm pretty sure my cousin Vicky will let me stay with her for a while. But I want you to know that we had a long talk this morning, and we both decided we don't want to wait to get married. We want to get married as soon as possible." "So you're going to deny my daughter a big and fancy wedding?" "Dad, I don't want a big wedding. Just something small with family and a few friends. We were thinking 6 weeks from now. Tori decided to get in on the discussion before her husband could damper their happiness. That will be plenty of time for us to arrange a nice little wedding for you both. Would you be willing to have a church wedding and a small reception here at the mansion? Dylan and Scout looked at each other and smiled. Mom, that would be all right with us, just don't go overboard. I won't, but we must go shopping and get you a wedding dress, she said, grinning from ear to ear. Just as they were finishing the meal, Dylan said that he had to head back to Boston now and get things taken care of, and that he would be back in a few days. I could go with you, Scout said, not wanting to be away from him that long. He smiled and took her hand in his. It's a long drive, but I would love for you to come with me. He too did not want to be away from her, and was glad that her father didn't try to stop her from going with him. Why don't you go pack a few things, and we'll be on our way? It was late when they got to Boston and to his apartment. Opening the door, he let her walk in first. I'm sorry about the mess, but I had to leave in a hurry. She walked in and looked around. It's not that messy. I'm really beat, so do you mind if I go change into my nightgown and go to bed? I'm tired too. I'll show you where the bedroom is, and you don't have to worry about putting on a nightgown, he said. Taking her hand, he led her into the bedroom. But of course, they weren't too tired to make love, and afterwards they lay in each other's arms and talked before falling asleep. So where would you like me to take you on our honeymoon? I was thinking somewhere like the Bahamas or even Paris for a week or 2. She looked at him and trailed her fingers along his chest. I would like to go back to where we met, the Swiss Alps. That place was so special to me because it's where I fell in love with you. I would like that too, and Katie did say she thought it would be nice if we came back there for our honeymoon. He held her in his arms. He was so grateful that she forgave him and Vicky, and soon he would make her his wife. For the next 2 days, they packed up what little belongings he owned and then headed back home. He had gotten word from his publisher that his book was in the printing stage and would be out within the next few weeks. When they returned to New York, he moved in with Vicky, though Scout did spend most of her time with him. During that time, the wedding plans were well underway and time flew by, and before they knew it, the big day was here. Her dress was a simple one, with a bit of a flare at the bottom. He wore a dark tux. They had found a 1-bedroom apartment and would move in when they came back from their honeymoon.
It was a simple ceremony, only her parents and a few friends and some of Malcolm's associates. Dylan had no close friends, and the only relatives who attended were Vicky and a couple of cousins he barely knew. But they didn't care. They had each other, and that's all that mattered to them. When he saw her walking towards him, tears filled his eyes. It wasn't just her beauty that he loved. It was the person she was, kind, loving, and how she cared about people as well as every living creature on earth. She volunteered at an animal shelter and loved dogs. That's why he decided that once they bought their first house, he was going to get her a puppy. After being pronounced husband and wife, they went back to her parents' place for the reception. During their first dance, he held her against him, placing her hand over his heart. Do you feel how fast my heart is beating? It is beating only for you, and if anything were to happen to us, my heart would stop beating. Her eyes filled with tears when she looked at him. Then we better make sure nothing happens, because I feel the same way. I can't wait for us to go on our honeymoon. 2 weeks of uninterrupted sex is already getting me hot. He leaned in and whispered in her ear. Don't worry, my sweet wife. I will make sure no one interrupts us when we get there. Boy, was he wrong, because when they did arrive, and the people they made friends with found out they had gotten married and were honeymooning there, they started coming around to visit them. Katie was the one who spread the news. She always knew Dylan and Scout were meant to be together. A week later, Dylan had enough, so taking Katie's husband aside, had a talk with him. I really appreciate everyone coming to visit and being happy for us, but I would really like some alone time with my wife.
Fred, Katie's husband, looked over at the large crowd that was gathered in the small cabin surrounding Scout. Say no more, I'll get rid of them. He walked over to the center of the room and let out a loud whistle that got everyone's attention. Okay, folks, it's time we leave these two alone to enjoy their honeymoon. Come on, everyone out, go home. Dylan touched Fred's shoulder. Thanks, Fred. No problem. Just promise me that you'll come to see me and Katie before you head back home. I promise, Dylan replied. When everyone was gone, she turned to him, not looking pleased. You did this. You had Fred chase everyone away. Why? You know they were just being nice and were happy for us. Baby, we've been here a week and haven't had a moment to ourselves. I want you all to myself so that I can wreck this gorgeous body of yours. I am going to make you squeal, scream my name until you can no longer speak, he said, picking her up and throwing her over his shoulder. I've been waiting for this since we got here, he said, carrying her into the bedroom. For the next few days, they stayed inside making love, only getting up to shower and eat. No one bothered them, which made him extremely happy. For the last 2 days before going home, they did go out to the bar and visited some of their new friends. Both were anxious to go home to their new apartment and start off their life together. On the plane ride back to New York, he had to ask her again about what she wanted to do with her life. You once mentioned to me that you had dreamed of being a lawyer. If that's what you want to do, I'll support your decision. I know it will take a few years and will be a lot of work, but if that's your dream, then I want you to follow it. She couldn't love him any more than she did right now. There was a time I wanted that, but I no longer have that desire, not right now anyway. What I really want is to be a wife and homemaker, and hopefully soon a mother. Would you be disappointed in me if I said I didn't want to work outside the home? Scout, your happiness is all that matters to me, and if that's what you want, I'm behind you. You must know I could never be disappointed in you. I can't wait until we do start a family. It's been a dream of mine for a long time.
Well, my love, your dream is about to become a reality in about 8 months. Chapter 21.
His head turned sharply towards her. Was he hearing her right? Wait, are you telling me you're pregnant? She smiled back at him and nodded. Yes, you're going to be a daddy. No, he said. His eyes grew wide and a big smile appeared on his face. You're not teasing me, are you? Are we really having a baby? Dylan, I wouldn't kid about a thing like that. I'm pregnant, 1 month along. He pulled her close, kissing her with so much passion, even with people all around them. Breaking the kiss, he looked at her and started blabbering. Oh my God, if only we knew before I found us the apartment, we could have looked for a house instead. She grabbed a hold of his hands to try and calm him down. Dylan, calm down. There's no hurry to find a house. The apartment is big enough for the 3 of us. But it's a 1-bedroom, he said, worried about the baby not having his own room. It's okay. The baby won't take up that much room. He cupped her face in his hands. I promise that as soon as we can afford it, I'll buy you the house of your dreams. With my book becoming a success, it won't be that long. Dylan, I would live in a shack with you and a 12 kids, as long as we're together. He looked into her eyes. God, I love you so much, he said, giving her another kiss. When they got to New York and drove to their new home, he carried her over the threshold, saying it was a tradition. Putting her down, he looked around, wishing he had bought them a house. I've signed a year's lease, but when it's over, we will be living in our new home. I want my family to have the best. She knew it was bothering him, knowing they were having a baby, and for now had to live in a small apartment. Putting her arms around his neck, she looked at him. We can make this work. A small baby will not take up that much room. I know, it's just that the baby will be in our bedroom with us until he or she is 4 months old. I don't think it will be good for the little one to hear what I'm going to be doing to him or her mother at night. She gave him a light slap. You are such a horny man. thinking about such things. He scooped her up in his arms, smiling at her. Talking about what I'm going to do, I think I'll start now that we're alone and have the place to ourselves. 5 months later, Vicky was over for a visit, while Dylan went to a meeting with his publisher. His book was a huge success and had started on his book on the survivors of 9/11. He had been busy with interviewing them. Scout was a big help, doing some editing and typing out the chapters for him. Vicky sipped on her wine while Scout drank juice. So you're really going to wait to find out the sex of the baby? Scout sat back, moving her hand over her belly. Yes, I think it's more fun waiting to find out, and you know how much I love surprises. I think it's going to be a boy, but Dylan says that it's a girl. After Vicky left later that day, Scout went and laid down. She fell asleep. Dylan returned home, and when he didn't see her, he went into the bedroom, thinking maybe she was lying down. Seeing her lying there asleep, so peaceful, he went over and sat on the bed. He still couldn't believe his luck in having her in his life. Bending over, he gently placed his lips over hers. His hand automatically touched her stomach. It melted his heart knowing that the life they created together was growing inside her. When she felt his lips on hers and his hand over her belly, she slowly opened her eyes and smiled at him. You're home early. Yes, I finished what I had to. I was wondering if you were up to take a ride with me. She reached up to stroke his cheek. You are always so horny, even in my condition, but okay, I'm more than up to it, she said as she started undoing the buttons on his shirt. He couldn't help but to laugh. It usually was what he wanted, but not this time. As tempting as that is, it's not what I was talking about. I actually wanted to take you somewhere, to show you something, and then take you to dinner. But only if you're up to going out. She sat up, rubbing her eyes. Where to? That's a surprise, and you will see when we get there. Okay, just give me a few minutes to freshen up. Getting off the bed, she headed into the bathroom to splash some water on her face. Maybe I should change into another outfit, depending on where you're taking me, she called from behind the bathroom door. Sweetheart, you look great the way you are. Good. Then I'm dressed perfectly for going to the pizza place. I've had a craving for it all day, and those cinnamon buns. He sat on the bed waiting for her. If that's what you want. He got up and opened the bathroom door, watching as she applied some lip gloss. I talked to my publisher early. The sales for my book has skyrocketed, and my latest one is also on its way to being a big success. She put her lip gloss down and went over to him, putting her arms around his neck. I'm so proud of you. Your books hold so much emotion, and to hear what those people went through, the heartbreak, the struggles, bring tears to my eyes. Your writing is amazing, and people feel what you put down on paper. Thanks, but I owe a lot of my success to you. You believed in me, and with your love it encouraged me to seek out the truth and write about it. She shook her head. No, it's all you. Now take me to where you wanted to, and then to dinner. I'm getting hungry. They drove for a good 20 minutes before he stopped in front of a house that had a for sale sign on it. Why are we here? She asked, looking up at the house in front of them. He took her hand in his and smiled. Well, you know, we've been talking about what kind of house we wanted to someday buy. I happened to see this and thought it was perfect and wanted to bring you here to take a look at it. It has everything we talked about, a big backyard for our children to play in, close to town, and not that far from your parents' place. She looked at it. It's beautiful, she said, then turned to him. But can we afford to buy a house now? I thought we had to wait a while longer. Just looking at the outside, she fell in love with it. It was far enough away from the other homes, giving them plenty of privacy. He put his arm around her. He was so excited to tell her the news. Yes, we can afford it. The sales on the books are out of this world. So would you like to go in and check out the place? If you like it, then we'll put down the deposit, and with any luck, we can move in before the baby is born. She already loved the outside, and had a feeling she would feel the same way about the inside. Taking his hand, they went inside after he unlocked the door. He was given a key earlier that day and was allowed to go without the agent since they were friends. Now I know it's nothing compared to your parents' place, but it's still a good size. There are 5 bedrooms. The master bedroom has a balcony, an ensuite, a large kitchen and dining room, 2 living rooms, and an office where I can work from, he said as he showed her through the house. She turned to face him. She hadn't said anything during the tour. Dylan, stop. You don't have to sell me. I love it. It's perfect. I can see us being happy here, but are you sure we can afford it? He put his arms around her waist, pulling her close. Yes, money is no object. She smiled at him. But 5 bedrooms, isn't that a lot? Not if we fill them up with our children. Just how many do you plan on us having? She asked, looking into his eyes that were so full of happiness. I don't know, 4, maybe 5. That's a lot of children to take care of, not to mention how much it will cost to put them all through college. We'll manage, but it's up to you how many you want. Hell, we could have a dozen and I'd be happy. He started laughing. If we did have that many, we would have to get a bigger house. I'll be happy no matter how many we have, but what were you thinking? She moved from his arms and went over to the window and looked out into the backyard. Well, it's definitely not going to be a dozen. I say we just take it one day at a time and see how it goes. I do know I want more than one. Dylan, I really do love this house. He went over and stood next to her. Then we'll buy it. I'll call my buddy and tell him we want it and see when we can move in. He took her in his arms and kissed her. I love you and this little sweetheart, he said, rubbing her stomach. 6 weeks later, they were having dinner at her parents' place. They told them about the house they were buying and Scout showed them the pictures of the outside and inside. Malcolm's heart filled with joy when he saw how happy his daughter was. She was absolutely glowing. He looked at the pictures when Scout handed them to him. It's a beautiful home. You will need a lot of furniture to fill a house this size. Dad, we're working on it. When do you move in? In a few weeks. I'll be 8 months pregnant by then. Malcolm sat down, still looking at the pictures. I want to help you both out and pay for it to be furnished.
Dylan wasn't one for handouts. Sir, I appreciate it, but I am more than capable of buying the furniture for our home. I'm doing very well on the sales from my books and even have some investments. I can take care of my family and get them whatever they need.
Son, I know you can, but let me tell you something. Ever since Scout was young, she never asked for much from her mother and me. Not even when she moved out did she once ask for our help financially. Let me do this for her, for both of you. It would make me very happy. I have a friend who owns a high-end store where I can get an amazing discount. Consider it a gift from us, please. After discussing it with Scout, he agreed, only he wanted to pay for his office and one of the living rooms. So for the next few weeks, Scout, her mother and Vicky picked out the furniture they needed. Of course, she got Dylan's opinion on what they bought, but he mainly left it up to her. The one thing they picked out together and alone was their bed. He wanted the perfect one for them. The baby's room was a different story. That was just for him and her to decorate the way they wanted, with no one's help. Thankfully, her pregnancy was going well. The morning sickness was long gone, and her mood swings were nothing compared to what some women experienced. The house was ready to be moved into. She was 8 months pregnant and starting to feel tired and anxious. The first night in their new home, he found her in bed crying. Getting into bed next to her, he wrapped his arms around her. Sweetheart, what's wrong? She looked up at him, wiping her tears away. Nothing is wrong. I'm just so happy. I love you so much, and being in our own home, I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed. I never thought I would ever be this happy. He kissed the top of her head. This is just the beginning. I'm going to make sure you are always happy. I'll see to it that you never regret marrying me. Now, How about breaking in our new bed? She pushed him down. Well, we should. Just be gentle on me. He rolled her onto her back. I will, but later and after the baby is born and you've healed, I won't be so gentle, he said, planting his lips over hers. Chapter 22. Epilogue. 2 days before her due date, Vicky was over for a visit. Dylan was busy in his office, finishing the last chapter of his 911 novel, when Scout's water broke. Her eyes went wide, and she looked at Vicky. Oh my God, my water broke. The baby is coming. What do you want me to do? Vicky asked, jumping up and standing there, frozen to the spot, and not having a clue as to what she should do. Go get Dylan. He has to take me to the hospital. Yes, I'll go get him, she said. Turning, she ran out of the room, calling him as she raced as fast as she could to his office. Not bothering to knock, she walked in panting. Dylan, come quick, Scout's in labor. He looked up from his computer. She's what?
Fool, your wife is about to have your baby. You've got to come now.
His heart was racing as he rushed past Vicky, almost knocking her over. He made it to the room where Scout was, clutching her stomach. Sweetheart, is it true? Is the baby coming? No, I just peed myself, that's all, she said sarcastically. Of course, the baby's coming. We need to get to the hospital. Go get my bag from the bedroom closet and let's go, she snapped. When he just stood there looking lost, she shouted at Vicky. Go to my room and grab the bag. She wobbled over to him. Dylan, snap out of it. You have to get me to the hospital, unless you plan on delivering the baby yourself. He stared at her with eyes wide open until she gave him a light slap across the face. Coming out of his trance, he put his arm around her and started walking her toward the door. I'm sorry, I'm just in shock. I knew the time was coming and thought I was prepared, but to be honest, I'm nervous as hell. I never had a baby before. Oh, and I'm not? She snapped, then felt bad for doing so. I'm sorry, but this really hurts and the contractions are getting close. I didn't mean to snap at you, she said as he helped her into the car. Just then Vicky came running out and placed the bag in the back seat. Can I come with you? For moral support.
Yes, get in,
He said as he started the car. Taking hold of Scout's hand, lifted it to his lips. This is it. Our baby is coming. She smiled back at him. Yes, now get going. She counted the contractions and was scared as to how close they were. You need to hurry, but be careful driving, she added. She did not want to get in an accident on the way to the hospital. When they got to the hospital and she was admitted, Dylan asked Vicky to call her parents and let them know they were at the hospital. Once she was settled, he was allowed to go into the delivery room with her, holding her hand and telling her everything was going to be okay. He wiped the sweat from her forehead, kissing her cheek. It was quite a while before the baby was finally born. It took a lot of yelling and pushing on her part before their daughter made her appearance in the world. We have a beautiful little girl, he said, tears filling his eyes as he leaned over to kiss her. When the baby was placed in her arms, he couldn't stop staring at the tiny bundle. Oh, Dylan, she's perfect. Yes, just like her mother. I love you. Thank you for giving me this precious gift. So do we have a name for this little one yet? The nurse asked. Scout smiled at the young nurse. Yes, her name is Olivia Maria Sharp. Olivia's second name was Dylan's mother's name. Once they were cleaned up and in their room, her parents and Vicky came in to meet the baby. It was a touching scene between them all. Malcolm was the first to hold his granddaughter. He smiled over at Scout. You did so good, and I'm so proud of you. She's beautiful. He didn't want to give up the baby, but Tori was itching to hold her. When everyone left, leaving them alone, Dylan sat next to Scout, watching as she fed the baby. I can't get over how so small and beautiful she is. I'm one of the happiest men alive. I'm the father of a girl. How am I ever going to keep the boys away from her? She chuckled. Darling, When she gets older, there's no way you can stop that from happening, and you don't have to worry about that for a few years. When she was done feeding Olivia, she handed her over to him. 5 pounds and 6 ounces, so tiny, he said, stroking her cheek. You will need a little brother or sister to play with. Dylan, are you seriously thinking about having another one so soon? He looked over at her. Well, we do have all those bedrooms to fill. Not to worry, my love, I don't mean right now, he answered, winking at her. 10 months later, Olivia was starting to crawl. She was very energetic and such a happy baby. She was still asleep when Scout woke up and started dressing. She had just put on her skirt and bra when Dylan opened his eyes. Babe, why are you up so early? Olivia is still asleep. Come back to bed. She stood over the bed, looking down at him. Why do you always have to be so horny? She asked, her hands on her hips, giving him an icy stare. He smirked.
Oh, but you like that I'm always horny.
When she didn't smile back at him, he knew he was in trouble, but for the life of him, he didn't know what he had done wrong. Whatever I did, I'm sorry. You want to know what you did? You got me pregnant, she said, getting on the bed and straddling him. She squealed when he reached up and flipped her onto her back and got on top of her. He couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear. Baby, that's great news. When did you find out and why are you mad? I thought you wanted more children. Yes, but I was hoping to wait until Olivia was 2. Oh well, nothing we can do about it now. I'm so happy and I love you so much, he said, placing his lips over hers. I think we need to make love to celebrate before our daughter wakes up. The way he was kissing her, his hand roaming under her skirt, had her moaning in his mouth. Her anger disappeared, replaced with desire when his finger went inside her as he moved his mouth to her neck. Before she knew it, she was naked, and he made love to her, making her squirm beneath him as she moaned his name out loud. As time flew by, they found out they were having twins boys. Knowing what a handful the 3 young children would be, he talked her into hiring a full-time housekeeper, one who would be willing to help out with the children. Sadly, this pregnancy did not go as well as the first one. Her morning sickness lasted longer, and she was tired all the time. As time went by, her back hurt, and her ankles swelled. It was a good thing they hired a woman, Helen, who took care of the housework, and Olivia. Now, not every day was bad. She had good days, and that was when she was super horny. Dylan didn't mind and gave her the love she craved. He figured he had to take it when he could. Scout's mother also came over to help out, making sure she got plenty of rest, and spoiled her and her granddaughter. Dylan was glad he had finished his book and had time before starting another one. That way he was able to help out as much as he could. He was worried about her, knowing she was having a rough time. She did end up going into labor 3 weeks early, which was normal for twins, and their sons were born after a very long and hard birth. Jason and Sean, both weighing 5 pounds and 1 ounce, made their way into the world, both healthy and with a great pair of lungs. Scout and Dylan couldn't have been happier with their sons. They were identical twins and looked so much like their father. It took Scout a long time to get her strength back. Thank goodness for her mother and Helen, who took turns taking care of the children while she recovered. For whatever reason, she couldn't breastfeed the twins. Within a month, she was back on her feet and feeling much better. She took over taking care of her family, with Helen's help. A couple of years later, on Christmas Eve, she and Dylan lay on the sofa together, while the children were asleep in their beds. He held her as she lay in his arms, both staring at the tree and all the gifts underneath it. Scout, I love you and thank you. She looked up at him. For what? For loving me, giving me 3 beautiful children, and for making every Christmas special. I can't imagine my life without you and the kids. She got up and straddled him. Oh, Dylan, it is I who should thank you. You have shown me what true love is. No man could treat his family as well as you do. Even though you are so busy with your writing, you still give us so much of your time and always put us first. You have given us the perfect home, the perfect life, and so much love. He put his hands behind her head just as the clock struck midnight and rolled her over onto her back. Merry Christmas, beautiful. Now it's time for some Christmas delight. Summary: Scout and Dylan never had any more children. They were happy with the 3 they had. Vicky fell in love and got married a couple of years after the twins were born. Dylan continued to write books, becoming famous for his work. Once the kids got older and were in school, Scout decided to go back to law school and later became a lawyer with Dylan and her parents' support. Instead of becoming a lawyer to make money, she became a non-profit lawyer for the poor who couldn't afford one. Andrew lost his job as a lawyer when caught breaking the law on more than one occasion and became a drunk. He died of liver failure after drinking himself to death. Scout and Dylan remained in love and faithful to one another. Their lives were perfect, with a few bumps along the way. Her parents also remained deeply in love and were a big part of their lives and their grandchildren's lives.
If you enjoyed the story, please consider leaving a review to help others find the book.